Part 6 of The Highwayman by H.C. Bailey. This recording is in the public domain. "Oh, sir, a prayer from you is a rare honour," he said at length. "You're to understand, ma'am, that I was furnished with letters of credence from certain of the Jacobite agents in England, John Rogers and Mrs. White, I remember. How they were come by I cannot now tell, though I may guess, for it is plain that there was no stint of money in the affair. So I came easily to speech with the Prince and his secretary, my Lord Middleton. And I will ever maintain that his Royal Highness is altogether such as a prince should be. Being of a dark complexion and a melancholy dignity, there is in him no lightness of thought or word. To me he was, I profess, very flattering, showing me courtesies beyond my rights or expectations. He received me, in a word, most favourably, and being influenced, as I regret I cannot doubt, by my person and address, was easily inclined to ride out to Pontoise. Only my Lord Middleton made difficulties. He is of a sardonic turn, and permits his wit to outrun his civility. He set me questions in a fashion which my honour could not brook. Yet I can relate that in the end I prevailed over my Lord Middleton's jealousy. For he said to the Prince, "Enfin, sir, I can tell no reason why you should not go see this Colonel if you choose. If there were any guile in the business, faith, they would never have trusted it to this fellow." So the thing was agreed. In the morning we rode for Pontoise, the Prince, my Lord Middleton, myself. His Royal Highness was pleased to limit himself to one servant. The man with whom Colonel Boyce had provided me went on to carry advice of our coming. We came to Pontoise toward evening. Colonel Boyce had put up at the Lion door. He was waiting for us in the courtyard, and received us, as I thought, somewhat shortly, hurrying us into the house. But once inside, he made ceremony enough, with endless speeches about the condescension of his Royal Highness. All this too obsequious in a boorish taste, so that the Prince bade him have done and come to business. Therewith Colonel Boyce was as full of apologies as he had been of servilities. I vow I never heard him so copious as that night. He took us, you are to understand, to an upper room, and what first moved my suspicion was that he bade me begone. Then my Lord Middleton countered him with, "I believe, sir, the gentleman had best stay." Immediately Colonel Boyce was all smiles over his blunder, and we sat down about the table in that upper room, and came to the substance of his negotiation. He kept, I'll allow, to the purposes which, from the first, he had pretended to me. Whether Prince James, if assured of support from Marlborough and his friends, would choose to avow himself Protestant. But he made so many conditions over it, he was so vague and wary, that 'twas hard to tell what he would be at. When my Lord Middleton tried to pin him to something plain and certain, he would ever evade, till it began to grow late, and the Prince talked of supper and bed. This Colonel Boyce took up very heartily, and was indeed giving his orders, when there came a noise in the courtyard, and he ran to the window and looked out. My Lord Middleton was behind him, with a "What's your anxiety, sir?" "Why, my lord, I would not have these roisterers break upon the Prince's incognito. Pray, sir, this way, and you'll be secure." He points to an inner door. "I believe we are as safe here, sir," says my Lord Middleton. "Egad, sir, come away," says Colonel Boyce. And he was in fact dragging the Prince across the room, when the door bursts open and in comes a stranger, a little man. He flung himself across the room upon Colonel Boyce, making some play with a pistol. There was some grappling and wrestling. I recall that they gasped and breathed hard. But it's odd, I believe, that there was no word spoken. Then Colonel Boyce freed himself and bolted through that inner door. The stranger fired a shot after him, and while we were all deaf and sneezing with it and utterly amazed, he turns on us. "That's a miss," says he. "Please God, they'll bag him below. Hey, Charles," he wags his head at my Lord Middleton, "I thought you had more sense." "Damme," says my lord, "it's Hector McBean. And prithee, what's all this ruffling, Mac?" "Why, you have let his Majesty walk into a stinking trap. That fellow Boyce, he hath been Marlborough's spy, Sunderland's spy, the devil's spy, this 20 year." "Why, I thought he had something the smack of it," says my lord. "And yet, who's this now?" Captain McBean turned on me. "Yours or his?" "His ambassador, in fact." My lord looked me over and took snuff. "You won't tell me that hath any guile in it. Prithee, what is it you have against the man Boyce?" "Eh, did ye see him run?" says Captain McBean. "A man's not in that hurry if he hath a good conscience. If you'll please to have him up, maybe we'll hear a tale." But as he spoke there came into the room a French officer of dragoons, who, saluting the Prince, asked Captain McBean if he had found his rogue. On which, "Have I found him?" Captain McBean cries out, "Eh, sir, did he not run into your arms?" But it appeared that Colonel Boyce had not been caught, and they determined at last that he must have made his way out by a door at the back of the inn and one clear away. "But I am sorry to tell you, ma'am, that he hath not yet been found. For if they catch him in France, he may count on a hanging." "Pray, sir, how did you dodge the rope?" Harry said. "Did you talk them to death, your Pretender and his tail?" "You're too eloquent for me, Mr. Waverton," Alison yawned. "I can't tell what you want to say. What is this mighty crime which you and Colonel Boyce were compassing?" "Sneers become you ill, ma'am," says Mr. Waverton magnificently. "I repudiate any charge whatsoever, and tell my story my own way. Some hot words passed between Captain McBean and the Frenchman, each blaming the other for Colonel Boyce's escape. Then Captain McBean says, 'The fellows that were drinking in the tap, I suppose you've let them dodge you too? No? Well, that's a wonder. Tie this rogue up with them and have them in guard.' So he mocked at me, but the Prince brought him up roundly. 'You go too fast for me, my good captain,' quoth he. 'What's your charge against the gentleman?' Who is to my mind a very simple gentleman. So his Royal Highness was pleased to honour me." "Egad, he was right, Waverton," Harry laughed. "I think I know how to value your fair words now, sir," says Mr. Waverton grandly. "Be pleased to spare them." Upon that, as I was saying, Captain McBean lost command of himself and was grossly violent, roaring that I was none the less a knave because I was so natural a fool, and the like empty insolence, accusing me of being art and part in a vile plot with Colonel Boyce to kidnap and murder his Royal Highness. "Now we have it," Alison murmured, and looked at Harry strangely. "Aye, ma'am. Now perhaps, though late enough, your eyes are opened," said Mr. Waverton with relish. "Well, I let the man run on. He was indeed not to be stopped, a rude, vehement fellow. When he was exhausted, I addressed his Royal Highness. 'Lack-a-day, I believe you?' says Harry. I made it clear to him, sir, that my birth and position must warrant me innocent of any treachery, and though I might well disdain to answer these reckless charges, I owed it to myself to remark to his Royal Highness that, but for my desire to serve him, I had never meddled in the affair. So that when I had done, my Lord Middleton says, laughing, 'Egad, sir, it seems you owe this fine gentleman thanks for his kindly condescension to you.' And the Prince was pleased to answer, 'We are too small for his notice, faith. But is he finished yet?' Then I bowed to his Royal Highness and sat down, well enough pleased, as you may believe. But this Captain McBean called out in his rude fashion, "Eh, sir, he may even be the booby he pretends. The better decoy, I allow. But by your leave, we'll look into it more narrowly. Would your Majesty please to permit me have up the other rogues?" This, in a word, they did, and Captain McBean and my Lord Middleton, who is to my mind something more of the attorney than becomes a man of rank, questioning the fellows shrewdly, it was made put, I crave your attention, madam, it was made out that Colonel Boyce had undertaken for the service of the Hanoverian junto here to kidnap or kill Prince James, and the plan was to bring the prince out to Pontoise and to drag out affairs that he passed the night there. Then in the night they were to invade his room and command him to follow them. They pretended indeed that they meant only to carry him off, but 'tis not to be doubted that they looked for resistance and a bloody issue to the affair. So, ma'am, here is the trade of the family of Boyce, to procure murder, and the murder of a prince of the blood royal of our lawful king. I give you joy of the name you bear." Alison bent her head. "You may well be proud of your part, Mr. Waverton." "They let you go, did they?" says Harry. "Your captain and your lord and your prince?" "Let me go, sir? There is nothing against me. I defy your impudence. Nay, I thank you. I thank you. You lead me gracefully to the end of my story. Good God, it has an end. When these rogues were questioned about me, not a man of them could pretend to have anything against me. They openly confessed that Colonel Boyce had warned them that I must be kept in innocence of the affair, lest I should thwart it. For he said that he had brought me into it to show a good face to the prince as one beyond suspicion of treachery. Nay, and moreover, and here's my last word to you, ma'am, he avowed that he chose me because he wanted me out of England, where I stood between his own son and a pretty heiress. At which, as I remember, my Lord Middleton chose to be amused. "Damme, I like that man," says Harry. "So, ma'am," Mr. Waverton tossed his head, "here you have it. I am drawn into a murderous, vile, base treason, that I may be kept out of the way while Mr. Boyce prosecutes his designs upon you. I give you joy of the loyal fidelity which yielded to him. I leave you to enjoy him with what appetite you may." He made a majestic bow. He turned and was gone. Harry and Alison were left staring at each other. From behind came a small, strained voice. "Colonel Boyce, he is safe, then?" It was Mrs. Weston. The two turned with a start, surprised by her existence. Harry laughed. "Oh, aye, he is safe. He would be." Mrs. Weston rose slowly and then made a rush for the door. The husband and wife were left alone. Chapter 18. Harry is dismissed. Alison turned and stared into the fire. Harry filled himself a glass of port and drank it and laughed. She looked round at him. "Faith, Mr. Waverton is mighty good entertainment," he explained. "Is that all you want to say?" Harry would not be awed by that ominous voice. "Oh Lord, how could I dare talk after him? Our poetic orator." He made flourishes in the air after Mr. Waverton's manner. "Nay, but I would give my new wig to have been in that upper chamber at Pontoise." Dear Geoffrey on his defence booming noble periods, and the Prince, poor gentleman, with his fingers in his ears. If dear Geoffrey was telling the truth, I wonder. "Oh, is that what you'll pretend?" "Pretend? I pretend nothing, ma'am. Why, to be sure, our Geoffrey always means to tell the truth, having, God bless him, no imagination. But you'll remark what when he tells a tale, it's Mr. Waverton has always the beau role. He sees the world like that, dear lad. So I should be glad to hear the Caledonian gentleman's notion of what happened." "I see. You'll make that your defence. Geoffrey imagined it all. Egad, ma'am, you may lower your tone. I have nothing to defend, nor are you set in judgment. Do you suppose all this is to make no change?" she cried. "You're a splendid creature, by heaven," says Harry, tilting his chair back and watching her with a little Epicurean smile, the proud vigour of her, the blood in her cheeks, the flash of her eyes, and the sweep of the white arm. "I could hate you for that," she says, and her lips set. "Yes, I think you're in a fair way to it," says Harry. "I wonder if you know why?" "Because I have come to despise you," she cried sharply. "You will be solemn, will you?" says Harry. "Much good may it do you. And so, egad, have at you heartily, for you have said things which both of us will find it hard to forget." "Oh, you can feel that? Look'ee, ma'am, if we are to be in earnest, we had best not snap at each other like a pair of puppies. Now, what's happened?" "You have to ask that?" "My God, if you have to ask, there's no use in words between you and me." "Oh Lord, don't be mystical. Mr. Waverton comes here to do his poor possible to make mischief between us. I suppose you saw that. He tells us that he went blundering with my father into a muddle of a plot. He tells us that your father planned a vile base murder and sought to make him, a man of honour, part in it. Pray, sir, is that not infamous? Egad, if you haven't caught his style, you believe all that, do you?" "Yes." "We shall go far to-night, I think." Harry shrugged. "And shall I tell you why you believe it, ma'am? It's because you are looking about to find matter for blackening me." Alison hesitated a moment. "You cannot deny it. It is proved. Your father would not stay to face them. Face a pistol and a furious Scot? Well, I never said he was a hero. Do you pretend it was only a fight he feared? Do you dare tell me it was an honest, honourable plan? Nay, come, let me see if there's anything you think shameful." Harry shrugged. "I know my father not much better than you do, ma'am. I never thought him a Bayard. Some plot there was, I think, and these political plots are all dirty enough, but Lord, who is clean of them? And I'm not ready to write my father off a murderer because Mr. Waverton went blundering into a business which, on his own confession, he does not understand. He went in your place. You should have gone with your father." "Should have gone? Do you wish I had, ma'am?" "Perhaps." Harry started up. "Oh, say it out. I knew we should go far to-night." They stood close, fronting each other fiercely. "My God, is it strange if I wish you had gone? Your father is a base wretch who should be on the gallows. I am to be his son's wife and bear the name, and the while he goes bragging that he took Geoffrey Waverton off so that you should be free to come at me. Ay, that, to be sure, that rankles. But you have known it long. I showed you the letter he left me, which said he had taken Geoffrey out of my way and bade me snatch my chance of you. And you made light of that, ma'am. Oh, it was a base thing, if you will, but you know well enough it went for naught. We had done our work before. By God, Alison, Geoffrey there or Geoffrey here, you would have come to me." "Ah." It was like a cry of pain. "You brag of it. I forced myself on you, I suppose." Harry exclaimed something, made a gesture. "Oh, yes, you were all cold virtue and chastity and honour, and I what was I?" She shuddered and drew back from him. "Yes, you would turn on me. You would taunt me with that." "Egad, you're in a frenzy," says Harry. "You cry aloud and cut yourself with knives. You will be hurting yourself." "I loathe you for that calm way of yours," she cried. "You mock me till I am mad, and then you please to be grave and lofty. You, I took you out of the gutter." "What now, ma'am?" Harry stiffened. "It's all a mask," she cried. "Nothing of you shows in your voice or your face. Your face, bah, it's always the same when you kiss and when you strike. A mask. You're always in a mask. That's how you took me. I was a fool, and thought there must be something fine behind it." She laughed. "You were clever enough. You knew the trick and the mystery of it would take a woman. A mask! Yes, faith, that is the wear of a highwayman. I remember how Charles Hadley used to laugh at your cursed stand and deliver stare. I liked it. I liked the challenge of it. But he knew you better. That's your trade, the highwayman. Faith, the highwayman. You trick us all and prey upon us as you dare. So you marked me down, who was rich and a girl, and you have caught me, and you have rifled me, and for what you care I may now go hang. I ask you for my pride again, my honour, and you mock at me. Oh, I am ashamed for a fool and worse, and you know it. God help me, but you..." Harry shrugged. "I suppose we have come to the end now," he said coolly. "Well, ma'am, to be sure we married in haste, and it seems we have both come to repentance. As for wrong that I have done you, why, I can't make you a maid again, and if you please, more's the pity. My apologies and regrets. For the rest, all of your money that hath been spent on me will go in a small purse, and I promise you, you shall spend no more. So you may sleep sound, and I wish you good night." She watched him cross the room, and as he was opening the door, cried out, "What do you mean?" He turned. "Why, would you still be talking?" Their eyes met in defiance. "You can go," she said. "I have had the honour to tell you so," he said, and was gone. Chapter 19. Alison finds friends. It was on the second day after that Susan Burford and Mr. Hadley rode in to the Lincoln's Inn Fields. They found Alison and Mrs. Weston together, and both sewing, a fact which failed to interest Mr. Hadley, but surprised Susan, who knew Alison, without a taste for needlework. "My dear," says Susan, embracing Alison physically and spiritually in her large, buxom, genial way. "You have been a long time finding me," says Alison, and put her off. "I suppose I know why you kindly come to me now." "Brrr!" Mr. Hadley made the sound of one who comes into a cold draught. "The truth is, Susan has been so busy improving herself that she has had no time for her friends. In fine, she has been trying to make herself worthy the honour of my affections, and large enough to support the burden of my dignity. I don't say she satisfies me, but she does her best." He propelled Susan forward with one hand. "A poor thing, ma'am, but mine own." "Oh, he is amusing himself, you see," says Susan in her leisurely fashion. "Damme, Susan, you're so mighty innocent that sometimes I believe you are innocent." "But you have known me so long," Susan protested. Alison stood up with an air of ceremony. Her pale face constrained itself at last to smile at them. "My dear, I wish you may be very happy," says she, and gave Susan a matronly kiss. "Mr. Hadley, you're a fortunate man." She put out a stately hand. Having bowed over it, "Brrr," says Mr. Hadley. "Damn these east winds, Susan. You're a plague with your affections. You will have me talk about you, and I can't make you interesting. I hope, ma'am, we find Mr. Boyce well?" Alison drew back. "Why do you ask that? You have seen Mr. Waverton, of course." Mrs. Weston put down her work and folded her hands upon it. "Why, yes, I have seen Geoffrey, and what's worse, heard him. I hope he did not plague you too long." "Pray, Mr. Hadley, don't be ironical. You can spare me that. Mr. Waverton told us his story the night before last. Thereupon Mr. Boyce and I parted company. He left my house immediately, and I do not know where he is." Mr. Hadley distinguished himself by containing an oath. Susan said, "Oh, my dear," in that slow, calm way which might mean anything. It was Mrs. Weston who cried out, "Alison, you never told me." You asked once or twice where he was, and I told you I did not know. What does it matter? You quarrelled with him?" "Quarrelled! Because of what this Mr. Waverton said? Do you think it could make no difference?" Mrs. Weston clasped her hands and swayed in her chair. "Alison, we had no guess of this. I am sorry. I am so sorry," Susan said. "There is no need." Alison held her head high. "If we have in some sort forced your confidence, I beg you believe, ma'am, it was not meant. So, Mr. Hadley, in the grand style, for I protest it never came into my head that Geoffrey would make mischief between you and Mr. Boyce." "You say that?" Alison stared at him. "Oh, you mean I was so besotted with him?" Mr. Hadley relapsed to his ordinary manner. "Damme, ye think we came for nothing but to jeer at you? I promise you we have pleasanter matter to hand. Neither to jeer at you nor to meddle with you, Alison, but friendly. So take us friendly in God's name. If you will go about to find a sneer in every word, why, a sneer you'll find, but not of my making. We bring you nothing but goodwill and want nothing more of you. But if we irk you, why, let us go and we'll see you again in good time." "That's a pretty speech to begin with an oath," Alison said, through the flicker of a smile. "And faith, I should be slow to take offence at you. For we quarrelled before, because you were at pains to warn me. Well, sir, I humble myself before your wisdom." There was a pause. "Oh, now we are all ill at ease," says Susan. "Odso, ma'am, it's not fair," Mr. Hadley cried. "I am not here to say I told you so. I am not proud of it. Well, damme, I have no temptation to be meddling in your affairs. But I think you will have to know. It is with Mr. Waverton I have fallen out now." "With Mr. Waverton?" Alison repeated. "What is there between you and him?" "I believe he had the impertinence to expect my sympathetic admiration, while I was thinking him a low fellow, which I took occasion to tell him. Without result." Mr. Hadley shrugged. "But I believe he did not feel it. It's a thick hide. And what was your difference?" "Why, this precious story of his." There was some little time of silence. "You don't believe it," Alison said. "Come, you must say more than that." "I profess, ma'am, I have no will to say anything. Whatever I say, I'll be impertinent." "Oh, shall we mark it in you?" Susan said. "Well, sir, you were not always so shy of scolding me," says Alison, and again with a faint smile. "Scold you? God warn us, I have no commission. I can tell you what I thought of Waverton and his tale. Did I believe it? Odds fish, I never remembered believing Geoffrey. If he had to tell you 2 and 2 was 4, he would pretend that his genius first discovered it. So I don't know what happened at Pontoise. Likely the old Colonel did mix him up in some plot with some other fellows smoked. Maybe it was even such as Geoffrey said, kidnapping and murder to follow. These plots, they grow nastier and nastier the longer they are afoot. And Colonel Boyce, well, by your leave, I don't think him delicate. But for the rest of it, I'll wager that's Geoffrey's sprightly invention. You know very well, ma'am, I have no kindness for your Mr. Boyce. But damme, he never thought of tricking Geoffrey out of the way to give himself a free hand with you. And it's a low trick in Geoffrey to go about with that tale." "Oh, but he is stupid," Susan said. "What if Colonel Boyce thought of the trick?" says Alison. "Egad, Mr. Boyce is unfortunate in his father. Maybe he knows that as well as we. But damme, ma'am, you will have it. I believe there was not much trick in his affair with you." "I believe you once warned me of his tricks," Alison said coldly. "It's no matter now. I tease you with my affairs." "If I can serve you, I'm heartily at your command." "Oh, you have worked hard to make the best of a bad business, but I can do that for myself, and I like my own way of it." Mr. Hadley bowed. "Oh, let us go home," Susan said. Alison looked at her in some surprise, and, as she stood up, came quickly to kiss her. "Have I been rude?" she whispered. "That would be no matter," Susan said. "You chose to be angry with me?" Alison stiffened. "Oh, one isn't angry. One is sorry," Susan said. Alison let her go, and Mr. Hadley, ceremonious but with visible relief, went after her. Then Mrs. Weston said suddenly, quickly, "Where is he?" "He?" Alison chose to be slow. "Mr. Boyce? I have no notion. You drove him out?" "I could not endure him longer, or he could endure me no longer. He went heartily enough. I think we were both glad it was over." "You taunted him till he had to go?" "Weston, dear," Alison laughed at the sudden fierceness of the meek. "What's the matter?" "I have heard you mocking him." "Maybe. We both have sharp enough tongues." "You used to jeer at him for being poor." "Good lack, are you calling me to account, ma'am?" "Yes. You may well be ashamed. Where is he?" "Ashamed? What do you mean, Weston? What is the man to you?" "I am his mother," Mrs. Weston said. "You? You? Oh, but this is mad." "I am not mad." "But, Weston, dear, you knew nothing about him till he came, nor he of you. How could he be your son?" "I had never seen him since he was a baby. I was not married." "That is why you would not tell me? Oh, Weston, dear, I did not mean to tell you now. I knew it would hurt him with you, but I suppose it's no matter now. But these are my affairs, not yours." "My dear, you need not pity me." "What am I to say?" Alison held out her arms. "You have nothing to say now. You are not his wife now. You have never been anything but a bad wife." She gathered up her work with unsteady hands and turned away. "Where are you going?" "I'm going out of your house, away from you." "But, Weston, not now, not to-night. Where can you go? What can you do?" "I can do well enough without you, as he can. Why don't you tell me that I have been living on your money? You told him so often enough." "Oh, you're cruel," Alison said. "What does it matter? You'll not be hurt. You are too hard." She hurried to the door. "Ah, don't go like this," Alison cried. "Weston, let's part kindly." "I could not know. I have done nothing against you." Mrs. Weston laughed. "Stay a moment at least. I want to know. Harry's father is Colonel Boyce?" "Yes, there it is. That is all you want, to pry into all the story. It is nothing to you. He is nothing to you now." The door closed behind her. CHAPTER 20. Return of Captain McBean. Harry was not gone far. In Long Acre stood a tavern calling itself the Hand of Pork. This had always tempted Harry, whose tastes were of the people. While still a domesticated husband, he had tried its ale with satisfaction. When he left Alison, it was to the Hand of Pork that he brought his small battered box. He had a few guineas in his pocket, and made a wry face over them. "Ill-gotten gains," says he, for some were the scraped savings of Geoffrey Waverton's tutor, and some the pocket money of Alison's husband. But he was in no case to be delicate. Beef and bread had to be paid for, and, in fact, his scruples were little more than a joke. It is not to be concealed that in minor things Harry Boyce was not nicely honest. If you can imagine him seriously arguing over that money, a thing impossible, he would have said that the guineas were of consequence to him, and none to Geoffrey and Alison, that whether he had dealt honestly by them or not, it would not better his case to pay them back a few shillings. You have seen that he had qualms of conscience over the rights of Geoffrey's service and Alison's arms. But the ugly, awkward details gave him no trouble. He may, if you please, have swallowed a camel or so, but he never strained at a gnat. Now that he was gone with Geoffrey and Alison, both his first feeling was comfort. It was a huge relief to be his own man again. He told himself, indeed, that he was mighty grateful to Geoffrey for bringing on the final explosion. For one thing, it wiped off all Geoffrey's score. If Master Geoffrey had been treated shabbily, Master Geoffrey had played a shabby trick. They could call quits, a pleasant sensation. It would have been awkward if Geoffrey had chosen to be magnanimous nobility. But he was never intelligent, the poor Geoffrey. He had done his best to be damaging, bless him, and in all ways had been a benefactor. For in fact it was a great relief to be done with Alison. What with her fretful discontent, her rages, her industrious hate, she had made herself intolerable. I do not suppose that he forgot, even in the heat of the divorce, the exquisite pleasure which for a while she had given him. I think he was always ready to acknowledge that to himself, for it is certain that he bore her no malice, and if he blamed her for their catastrophe, blamed himself as much. He might make the most or more of all the taunts of her zeal to find occasions for despising him. He forgot nothing and forgave her nothing. He wrote her down a cruel enemy, but he did not pay her back with equal hate. He dismissed all the warfare and the wounds with a shrug of sagacious cynicism. She hated him? She had the right, she was his wife, and perhaps she was in the right too. He must fairly be reckoned a very poor match for her beauty and her wealth and her not insignificant brains. After all, he was essentially a nobody in every department, body, mind, and soul. She might even claim that she had been cheated, for if she ought to have known that she was marrying a nobody, she could not guess that he had a bar sinister or a disreputable father. Certainly Madame Alison could plead something of a case. You are not to suppose Harry in an ecstasy of meek devotion. He was quite sure that she had behaved to him very badly. He admitted no excuse for her eagerness to hurt him as soon as she was tired of him. She might hate him, but after all there were obligations of courtesy, of decency, of womanhood, and her venomous temper had broken them all. He was well rid of her. In fine, she and he could call quits as well as he and Geoffrey. There was no occasion to rage against her. She had treated him badly, but first he had brought her into an awkward mess. Faith, she ought not to have hurried into a marriage for passion, if passion was so soon to sate her. But then, what man would blame a woman for marrying for passion? Not the man she married, who might rather humble himself because he had not been able to keep her passion alive. Well, it was over, and since it was over, nothing for it but to part. God be with her. She had given him his hour, and he, why, at least she had lived with him moments she would not forget. A glorious woman. It is probable that in these first hours of their parting he began to love her. So much for his emotions. But you will not suppose that Harry Boyce was wholly occupied with emotions. He could not indeed afford it. He had to make some provisions for keeping alive. Perhaps you will be surprised to hear that he had a friend or two. There was an usher at Westminster and a hack writer of lintots in Little Britain. He did not propose to live on them, who had hardly enough to feed themselves. But he looked for them to put him in a way of some pittance, and they did. The usher had news that after Ascension Day Westminster would be wanting a writing master, for the man in possession hoped by then to marry the Dean's cook and set up an ale-house. The author procured a commission to write 2 lampoons and a pamphlet against French wines. In the intervals of his occupation Harry looked for his father. It would be hard to guess. Harry himself could not have told what he hoped to gain by that. He wanted, of course, to find out the truth of the mission to France. Whether his father was likely to tell it, he could not make up his mind. What he would do with the truth, if ever he learnt it, he did not know in the least. Suppose the best event. Suppose his father could declare excellent intentions and Geoffrey a liar. Harry imagined himself going to Alison with the news and demanding to be taken on again. A nightmare joke. Yet to come at the truth seemed the most important task in life. The first step, though you think it impossibly difficult, did not dismay him. He had no doubt of discovering his father. That Colonel Boyce should have been killed or even caught was incredible. He was not the man so to oblige his enemies. It was incredible, too, that he would go long into hiding. Away from the importance of bustle and intrigue he could not exist. Therefore he would certainly come back to London. Therefore, sooner or later, he would be found at one of the coffee houses favoured by the brisk fellows in the underworld of politics, at Tom's or the British or Diggory's by the Seven Dials. He might be heard of among the fire-eating Jacobites of Sam's. There were not so many likely places, but Harry laid down more pennies than he could spare at the bars, and all in vain. He sat in Sam's on an afternoon, chopping Greek tags with a jolly, fanatical old parson. The days were fast lengthening, and for one reason or another the company at Sam's was not too fond of light. Only a candle here and there was burning. A little man came in with a party very obsequious to him. As he walked up to the bar, Harry had a glimpse of a lean, brown face. He remembered it, and yet no more than faintly, and could not tell where he had seen it. It did not much engage him, and he went on with his Greek and his parson. The little man made some noise with the pretty girl behind the bar, claiming the privileges of an old friend and a good deal of liquor, and it was a little while before he was established at a table with his party. Harry chose to mouth out something Homeric and sounding. The little man stopped in the middle of lighting his pipe. "I know that roll, pardieu," he muttered, and in a florid fashion declaimed "Fol de rol, fol de row," and laughed alcoholically. "Who's talking Hebrew here?" One of his parties pointed out Harry and the parson. The little man blinked through the smoky twilight. He stood up, took his candle and lurched across the room to Harry. Down under Harry's nose he put the candle with a bang. Harry jerked back and glared at him, and he, rocking a little and blinking, said thickly, "It's a filthy likeness after all, it is." "No, sir, there's only one of me," said Harry. "If you see two, give God the glory and go to bed." "I'm saying, bully, I'm saying," the little man's accent became more Caledonian, and he clutched at Harry's shoulder. "I'm saying, my laddie, damme, that's what I complain of. I'm saying I do not like your complexion. It's yellow, by Joe. It's a wee rotten orange. It is so." His company, a faithful tail, shook with laughter. "Sleep it off, sir," said Harry with a shrug. "What's your will? Clip it off, do ye say so? Losh, you would have a face or two to spare." "Eh, but I'm doubting you know too much clipping. There's a clip at ears, and maybe you have a pair." He twitched Harry's bob wig awry, and with singular luck reeled out of the reach of Harry's answering blow. "Aye, and there's clippet shillings, and maybe ye make your filthy living by their parings and shavings. Well a well, and there's clippet wings, and I'll clip yours, my bonny goose, the night." He clutched at the wig again and tossed it into the fire. Harry sprang up and struck at him. He flung himself backwards into the arms of his friends, and with a surprising adroitness plucked out his sword. "Have at ye, my man," he giggled, and made a pass. "Easy, captain," said one of his company. "The boy hath no sword." "Oh, ay, 'Tis the Lord that's a man of war. The devil was I for peace. Well, what ails ye not to lend the imp a bodkin?" The fat old keeper of the coffee house waddled into the midst. "Sure, Captain, you don't mean it. I would need to set my lads upon you. 'Tis disorderly homicide, indeed. You can't mean it. Not downstairs. I'll not deny there's the elegant parlour on the first floor." "You're a canting old devil, Sam," says the little man, "but I'll oblige you. Come up, my bully, and I'll show you a thing." "Here's for you, cully." One of the company thrust upon Harry a sword. "Oh, by your leave," Harry waved it off. "I don't fight a drunken man." "Drunk!" the little man screamed. "Odds blades, there's a naughty way to mock a gentleman. I'll school you, bully. Fou or fasting, I'll school you. What, you'll lug out like a bonny lad should? I jostled it. I'm thinking you would take a beating like a lamb, laddie. Well, a well. I'll be blithe to rub you down with an oaken towel. Here, Patrick, give us your staff." "Oh, I see you must be let blood," Harry shrugged. "Well, sir, do I fight the whole platoon?" "You're peevish, do you know, you're peevish. Here, Fraser, give him your hanger. Do you second the bairn, Donald? Come, Patrick, I'll have you. There's one for you and one for me, my man, and damn all favours." It seemed to Harry that the little man's company were something surprised at this turn, but they took it in a disciplined silence. So the party of four marched up the stairs. You will believe that Harry liked the business ill enough. He shot glances at the two chosen for seconds. There was nothing Scottish about them. They were very soberly alert. They had the tan and the vigour of open-air life. They looked anything but the fit comrades for a swashbuckling tavern hero. They were as stiff as pokers. They said not a word. They showed not a sign of interest in the affair. Rather, like two soldiers on guard than ready seconds in a drunken brawl. Once in the upper room, they made their arrangement with solemn care, locking the door, clearing a sufficient space, and setting the candles so that the light fell fairly. Harry was taken aside, helped out of his coat, asked if he needed anything, gravely advised to risk nothing and play close. "We are at your service, Mr. O'Connor," said Donald. "At your pleasure, Mr. Mackenzie," says the other. Harry was set against the little man, and the swords crossed. It then occurred to him that the little man was very suddenly recovered from his liquor. The blustering chatter had been cut off as soon as they started up the stairs. Since then the little man had spoken not one word. Of the unsteadiness, the blinking, the rocking to and fro, nothing remained. He had marched to his place with a formal precision. There was the same manner, a correctness exact and staccato about his sword-play. "The knave can never have been drunk," Harry said to himself as he sweated and was the more embarrassed by bewilderment. But he dared not let himself think. The little man was urgently dangerous, and Harry knew enough to know it. Harry had no pretensions to science. All he could use was the rudiments. He had kept his head at single stick, held his own with the foil against other lads, and never before faced a point. The little man had the speed and certainty of a maître d'armes. So Harry fought, breathing hard, every muscle aching, mind numb and dazed under the strain, expecting, hoping, every moment the thrust that would make an end. It did not come. The ache and fever of the fight went on and on. Still the little man was masterful and precise. Still he demanded all Harry's vigour, and more than all, kept him struggling desperately, beset by fear, on the edge of death. Harry felt himself weakening, faltering, and still the opposing blade searched his defence sharply. Still the little man was an exemplar of easy precision. And yet Harry's maladroitness always sufficed to save his skin. He was puzzled and blundered and fumbled the more. The play grew slower and slower, and he was the more tortured, enduring many times the shame and the pain of defeat. At last he had hit upon the truth. He was wondering in a dazed fashion why that other sword seemed always to wait on him when he made a gross mistake. Visibly, palpably, the little man's blade halted to give him time for a parry. Harry dropped his point and gasped out, "Damme, sir, you are playing with me." "What's your will? I fight my own way, at your convenience, sir." "The captain's within his right, sir," says Harry's solemn second. "Damn you for a pack of mountebanks," Harry cried. "On guard, sir," says the little man. Harry gave him an oath and dashed at him. There was a moment's wild fighting, and then the little man forced it back to order. They were at the old game again, precise, scientific thrust, pause, and blundering parry, when to Harry's amazement the little man's sword wavered and flew from his hand. Through a long minute Harry stood staring at him, and he waiting unarmed for Harry's thrust. Again Harry lowered his sword. At once the little man stooped and picked up his. "Do you demand to continue, captain?" says his second. "You're a fool, Patrick," quoth the little man. The impenetrable second saluted and turned to his fellow. "Another bout, if you please, Mr. Mackenzie." "Would you grant it, sir?" says Harry's solemn Scot. "Egad, we are all mad here." Harry wiped his brow. "Oh, play it out to hell." The little man saluted formally, and again they engaged. And now Harry was enveloped in another kind of fighting. Scientific it might be, but science far beyond his understanding. The little man's point was everywhere upon him, and he thrusting blindly at the air. He might have been pinked a score times over, he was for all he knew. And then on a sudden his own point touched something. Next moment it was stuck to the ceiling. Some one called out, "A hit!" He saw the 2 seconds standing between the swords and a red scratch on the little man's cheek. "Touché," says he with a bow. "My compliments, if you please. It's some while since a man marked me." "I'm glad to know you, sir. Pray, what's your name?" "Harry Boyce, sir." "Egad, it's wonderful," says the little man with a laugh which appealed to Harry. "Hector McBean at your service." Harry stared. "Aye, aye, I'm thinking we'll explain ourselves. Will you walk, sir?" "If you please." Captain McBean took his arm, said over his shoulder to the 2 seconds, "To-morrow," and marched off with him. Once they were out in the street. "So you are Colonel Noel Boyce's son," says Captain McBean with an odd look. "He has often told me so." "If you had not such a look of him I wouldn't believe it." "Oh, pardon, monsieur. Mille pardons, ma foi. I have been insolent to you in all this affair. You'll please to observe that the whole of it and the issue is to your honour. Will I have to say more?" "Oh Lud, no. Pray, let's talk sense." "I take to you marvellously, mon enfant. Well now, have you heard of me?" "Enough to want much more." "What, has father been talking?" "Do you know where he is, Captain McBean?" "I wish I did." "So do I. It was Mr. Waverton who told the tale. Now you know why I am eager to hear what you can say of my father, or my father of you." "Are you a good son, Mr. Boyce?" "I pay my debts." "There's a crooked answer. Are you in the Colonel's secrets?" "I have no reason to think so." "I guess he did not trust you. I guess he was right. Do you remember where you met me first?" "I remember that I can't remember. And me that thought I was a beauty. Well, but you were busy. You were making mud pies with Ben." "I have it. You were his captain on the horse. Pray, sir, what was my Benjamin's mystery?" "I am going to trust you, Mr. Boyce. I shall not require you to trust me unless you choose. I tell you frankly I hope for it. And so come in with you." They turned out of the Strand into Bow Street. Captain McBean let himself into a house and took Harry up to a room very neat and cosy. "D'ye drink usquebaugh? A pity. It's the cleanest liquor. Well, draw up." He pushed a tobacco box across the table. "That's right, Spanish. Now, mon cher, are you Jacobite or Hanoverian?" "I never could tell." "Oh, look you, I ask no confidences, and I make no doubt of your honour. If you had a mind to play tricks, you would have tried one on me to night. Well, I have proved you. Your pardon again. But when I saw Noll Boyce's son lurking in Sam's, how could I know he was without guile? Now, there is something I must say to you. But how much I say is a question. I have no desire to embarrass you with awkward knowledge. So, which is your king, mon enfant? James or George?" "I care not a puff of smoke for either." "So I suppose there is something you care for. Well, you asked about Ben's mystery. It's a good beginning. The rascal should have stopped the Duke of Marlborough's coach and held it till I came up with my fellows, instead of which he went about some private thieving. I am your debtor for giving the knave his gruel. What's Marlborough to me? It's not his dirty guineas I was after, but his papers. He was then pretending to negotiate with St. Germain. There were those of us who doubted the old villain had some black design in his head again, and it was thought that if we could turn over his private papers we should know where to have him. It was certified that he had with him something from his agents abroad. Well, we missed him, and how deep he is dipped in this business I know no more than you. Now I come to your father, mon enfant, and I promise you I will be as delicate as I may. Do you know, par exemple, how Colonel Boyce is in the mouths of gentlemen?" "Oh, sir, that's another of the matters for which I care nothing." "Tenez donc, you were born old, I think. Well, Colonel Boyce has been in some few plots, devices, and manoeuvres. No man ever denied him wit, nor will I, mordieu. But it's his virtue that neither his friends nor his enemies were ever sure of him. I believe, Mr. Boyce, that if he heard me he would thank me for a compliment. Bien, I come back to my tale. It was known to us poor Jacobites in England that Colonel Boyce was making salutes to St. Germain, which much intrigued us, for we would not, by your leave, have him on our side. They don't know him there as we do, and King James, God save him, is young and honourable and sanguine." "Poor lad," says Harry with a shrug. "You may keep your pity, Mr. Boyce," McBean said stiffly. "I would have him so by your leave." Now we heard that letters went to St. Germain from Colonel Boyce full of windy promises. Verbosa et grandis epistola. "Do you keep up your humanities?" "In the name of my Lord Sunderland and my Lord Stair." Black names both, but they were vastly intrigued at St. Germain. If Sunderland and Stair were ready to turn honest, then, pardieu, there was hope of the devil himself. Oh, I don't blame the King, nor even Charles Middleton, though he is old enough to be slow. The times are changing, and maybe Stair and Sunderland, they see it as well as we, and mean to find salvation. I can't tell. But the thing looked ill. Stair and Sunderland, there is no treachery too foul for those names. And if they meant honestly, why, saving your presence, mon enfant, why did they choose Colonel Boyce for their agent? It was no good warranty. So we adventured a counter. We have friends enough now in the government, mon cher, and it was arranged that the Colonel should be arrested as a Jacobite. A good stroke, I think. It was mine. Only the old gentleman dodged it." "Pray, what did you know of Mr. Waverton?" "That sheep's head?" McBean laughed. "Why, a letter came to hand in which the Colonel talked of taking the pretty gentleman to France. So he was joined in the warrant. D'ailleurs, it made a good appearance. However, we missed him. but we found something in his papers which made me queasy. So I was off to France after him. End of part 6. Part 7 of The Highwayman by H.C. Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Colonel stayed at Pontoise and sent your Waverton off to St. Germain with a mighty plausible letter about secret proposals from the chief of the Whigs, which brought the king out to hear them secretly. Ma foi, I think Charles Middleton should have smelt a rat. But it was a clever trick, and to choose your Waverton to play it was masterly, for who could think that Peacock would be in anything crafty? At Pontoise I tumbled in upon them, and your father, mon cher, he ran off on sight of me. Observe, I press nothing against him. I allow that the best evidence I have against him is just that. He ran away when he saw me. Secondly, he had with him some 3-4 rascals whose faces would hang them. And thirdly and lastly, beloved brethren, these fellows, when put to it, and charged with a plot to murder King James, were frightened for their lives, and babbled wildly, of which the sum was that they had been brought but to kidnap him. I grant ye, they may have lied, and I would not hang a dog, who was not a Whig, upon their word. But confess, mon cher, the thing is black enough. What did the Colonel want with King James alone? Why did he need his bullies? Why did he run away? I leave it with you." Harry knocked out his pipe. "I am obliged for the story, sir. Why did you tell it?" "You have a cold blood in you, mon enfant," said Captain McBean. "Observe, I look for nothing wonderful from you. I allow your position is very difficult to a man of honour, and with all my heart. Oh Lud, sir, let's have nothing pathetic." "Aye, aye," McBean bowed. "Mr. Boyce, I do profess I feel the delicacy of the affair, and I detest it, pardieu. But I dare not absolve ye from your duty." "Oh, sir, you are very sublime. Hear me out, Mr. Boyce. I have shown you cause to fear that your father has it in mind to compass a vile treachery, perhaps a murder. Would you deny it?" "Damme, sir, I am not the day of judgment." "Bien. I believe that is an answer. I declare to you there is yet a chance that he may succeed. Aye, here in London." Harry swore. "If your friends must go walking into traps, what is it to me?" "Well, sir, though you will own no loyalty to king or queen or country, I'll not be deceived. I call on you for your aid. It's believed your father is in London. It is likely he will seek you out as he did before. Maybe at this hour you know where he is. If I did, should I betray him to you, sir? I ask no treachery, but I do call on you, discover his purpose if you can, and if he intends violence to the king, prevent it. Lord, sir, it's to save your father from infamy and your own name." "The king? The Pretender is in London?" Harry cried. "I told you that I should trust you far, Mr. Boyce." Harry stared at him, and after a moment stood up. "I can do nothing," he said. "It is of all things most unlikely that I should do anything. For what I know, my father is dead. He has been nothing else to me all my life. But I believe I should thank you." "Well," quoth McBean, "God help you. I ha' drawn a bow at a venture. I think I have hit something, Mr. Boyce." CHAPTER 21. Consolations by a Father. Do you remember how frightened Swift was of the Mohocks? How he came home early and even, that was bitter, spent some pence on being carried in a sedan chair to avoid the race of rakes that play the devil about this town every night, slit people's noses, and so forth? He had some reason to fear. Was there a watchman took his hourly rounds, safe from their blows or new invented wounds, in these last days of Queen Anne? Their way was to gather and take plenty of liquor, then make a general sally and attack all that are so unfortunate as to walk the streets through which they patrol. Some are knocked down, others stabbed, others cut and carbonadoed. The women would be turned upside down or clapped into barrels and rolled over the stones. It was a dark night with but a glimpse of the new moon when Harry left Captain McBean. From Bow Street to the Hand of Pork in Long Acre was only a few hundred yards, but murky enough, and Harry took Mr. Gay's advice for such night walking. Let constant vigilance thy footsteps guide, and wary circumspection guard thy side. Nevertheless, as he was coming by the corner into Long Acre, he was surprised by a sound at his heels. He stepped quickly aside and turned upon it, felt a blow upon his head, saw flashes of light and the street, whirling round, rose up to meet him, and he knew no more. When he came to himself, he was in a room with fire and lights. He raised himself and heard voices. Then some one was standing over him. He looked up into his father's face. "Who was that?" he said feebly. "Don't you see yet, Harry? It will soon pass off." "Lord, I know you. Who are the others?" "There is none here but me," said Colonel Boyce. Harry looked painfully round the room and saw that it had become empty. "What was it? A pistol?" said he, and began to feel his head. "Egad, nothing so gentlemanly. A cudgel, by the look of the bruise. A Mohawk's club, I suppose. I found you lying in the kennel as I was coming home." "Oh, you're at home, are you?" Harry laughed stupidly. "And where is home?" "These are my lodgings in Martin's Lane, Harry, and you are welcome. But what have you to do in town? Young husbands should not be night walkers." Harry stared at him for a moment. "I thought you knew everything," he said. Then, beginning to scramble up, he became aware that his clothes were all undone, coat, shirt, even breeches. "Odso, why are you stripping me?" "I found you so. They shave you close, the Mohawks." "They are a queer crew, your Mohawks." Harry looked at his father. "What should I carry inside my shirt?" Then he thrust his hands into his pockets. "Well, I had not much, but all's gone." "Damned rogues," said his father with honest indignation. "How much have you lost, Harry?" 5 guineas or so." "I can make that good at least. But what is it to you? You are a warm fellow now." "What? You've made no hole in Madame Alison's money bags yet?" "You're offensive, do you know?" Harry said. "I have been itching to tell you so." Colonel Boyce's face set. "What now? Are you against me, sirrah?" "Odds fish, you're a martyr, ain't you?" Harry laughed. "But we are beginning at the end, I think. If you remember, sir, you promised to take me to France and went off without me." "D'ye quarrel with that? Why, you had a fatter fish to fry than you could catch with me. So I left you at her, and you had dined upon her. What's the matter then?" "You were not honest with me." Colonel Boyce laughed. "Ah, bah, you will be a Puritan. It must be your mother in you." "My mother? Thank you. We'll come to her. But one tale at a time. You let me think I was to go with you till you were gone without me. You took Waverton and told me nothing of that till you had him safe away." "Egad, boy, it was all for your good." "Perhaps you did think so," said Harry after a moment. "In fact, it's what I complain of. You want to play Providence to me." Pray, sir, go about your business." Colonel Boyce shrugged. "You're a proper grateful son. So be it. You have your wealthy wench and want no more of me. Well, go to the devil your own way, Harry. By your leave, I prefer it. But there's more, sir. Now comes Mr. Waverton and declares to my wife and me that you enticed him into a vile plot. For your pretence of a mission to the Pretender was nothing but a device for murder." "Mr. Waverton said that to Mrs. Harry Boyce? Egad, it wasn't civil of Mr. Waverton." "And what did the lady say to him?" "That's no matter. What do you say to him, sir? Did you intend murder?" "Lud, Harry, you talk like a ranting parson. It was not your way. Who has put this buzz of morality into your head? I suppose your pretty wife would have you break with your father. He's a low, coarse fellow, faith, who might want some of her money." "We will leave my wife out, if you please. She will not trouble you. She and I have parted." "God's my life. What's the quarrel?" Harry shrugged. "Does one ever know? I was not good enough for her, I believe. And perhaps she was not good enough for me." "Damn you for a prig," says his father. "If you like. But you'll remark that I do not complain of her." "Bah, you make me sick, sir. Not complain of her. That luscious piece. Egad, you should be drunk with her. But you're not a man, Harry. You're a parson." "Oh, command your emotions. She rebelled against being wed to a man whose father ran about the world compassing murder, to a man who was withal a low fellow, a bastard. So far it is your affair. I see you are no hand with a woman." "Do I take after you, sir? We came upon a woman who said she was Mrs. Oliver Boyce and could not live with him, and boasted vehemently that she was no mother of mine." Colonel Boyce plucked at his mouth. "So dear Rachel has got her finger into the pie. Why, Harry, have you had no luck? She is your wife, then? Oh, I admire your taste, sir. And pray, who was my mother?" Colonel Boyce began to say something and stopped. "It's no matter. I believe she would not wish you to know." "Why, Harry, I profess I am sorry. If we had been married, better for us all." "Oh, you will be mysterious still. I suppose you are as tender of her honour as of mine or your own. And this matter of murdering the Pretender, pray, is that a mystery too?" Colonel Boyce became restless. "Odds life, sirrah, there is no matter of murder. Who told you so? The fool Waverton? And where did he get the tale?" "A gentleman who runs away tells his own tale. Now mark, Harry, the plan was but to bring Prince James to England." "Dead or alive?" Harry laughed. "Pshaw. I had him at Pontoise and was doing well with him. Then in comes a swashbuckling Scots Jacobite, which is my private enemy, and a dozen bullies at his tail. Well, I had no mind to have him stick me or turn me over to the French as a spy of Marlborough's, so I went off. The fool Waverton let himself be taken. I made no doubt the Scot filled him to the brim with slanders of me. But is that my fault? So you're done with the Pretender?" Colonel Boyce gave his son a queer look. "Why, there's not much to be done with him in Martin's Lane, boy." "Then what are you doing?" "Egad, Harry, I should think you want to lay an information against me. Waiting for better times is all my business now. My bolt's shot. And pray, sirrah, what may be your business now you've cut loose from Mrs. Alison?" Harry laughed. "Living on my means." "Why, does she settle something on you?" Harry looked at his father without affection. "Do you know, sir, I am not always proud of your name." "Egad, but you must have money somehow." "The family motto, I suppose. Well, sir, I write for the press." "Good God, not for the newspapers. You have not fallen to that." "Oh, sir, the shillings are clean by comparison." They looked at each other for a minute or two. "You walk abroad late, Mr. Author," said Colonel Boyce. "Do you make friends in your profession?" "I believe I have two in the town, a hack writer for Lintot and an usher at Westminster. And what then, pray?" "You were with them to night? You are paternal on a sudden, sir. Do you think of putting me out to nurse again?" "So!" Colonel Boyce stood up as if he had finished, and then forced a laugh and slapped his son's shoulder. "Come, Harry, why quarrel? There's room enough for you here. I allow I owe you something. Join in with me. I have no luck in mysteries, sir. I'll wish you good night." "Now you bear me a grudge," his father protested. "What, for getting me born?" "Sometimes, perhaps." "Egad, Harry, I should like to do something for you." "Then give me a sword." "A sword? And what for, in God's name?" "In case I meet any more of your Mohocks." Colonel Boyce was taken aback for a moment. Then he cried out heartily, "Damme, the rogues took 5 guineas from you too. Here, fill your purse, child." He shot out gold on the table. "I'll take back my 5 guineas," said Harry, and counted them while his father watched with a frown. "There are swords of mine below," said Colonel Boyce. They went down, and from a rack of arms Harry chose a plain black hanger with an agate hilt. As he did it on, he saw below it some heavy staves loaded with lead, just such as the Mohocks used. "And where do you lodge?" says Colonel Boyce. "At the Hand of Pork in Long Acre. Good bye, sir." Colonel Boyce nodded, and for some time after he had gone stood at the door watching. CHAPTER XXII. Two's company. Alison was gone back to her house at Highgate and immediately regretted it. She took her adventures in a youthful, egoistic fashion, saw herself as a lovely woman made the prey of man and robbed of her right to her own life, a tender, confiding soul deceived and tortured into despair. The Lincoln's Inn Fields became the abomination of desolation. Her fine society was dust and ashes, and mankind in general all mocking villainy. So it was natural that she should retire from the world and become a recluse of tragic dignity. What other part is there for the deserted wife to play? But she came upon awkward difficulties. The world would not be left behind. It was much more closely about her among the woods and meadows of Highgate than in her London drawing-room. The would-be fine ladies and gentlemen of her routs and her card parties, so the sweetmeats and the wines and strong waters were good enough, cared nothing whether she had a husband upstairs or somewhere else. Out in the country everyone, gentle and simple, had a curious eye upon her. The very woods and meadows must be jogging her memory and putting her questions. Everyone had known Miss Lambourne of the Hall and gone whispering about a strange, passionate marriage. Each pleasant path and lane had seen something of that first wild happiness. All day long she was driven back upon herself and what she had lost. There is no doubt that she suffered. Of course, she still told her wonderful tales about the shame she had to bear and her torturing wrongs, and beyond doubt she believed most of them. For she would still profess to herself a miserable degradation in being married to a man of no name. She would be gloomily convinced that Harry was by his father's villainy a proven knave. But what hurt her most was the growing suspicion that she was much to blame for her own plight. Alison Lambourne, who acknowledged no law but her own will, who had never dreamed that she could be wrong in her desires, driven to confess a ruinous blunder. Imagine her distress. At first she chose to pretend that she had been overthrown by passion. The more she tried to despise Harry, the more that fancy shamed her. but there was in her a strength which refused to be content with that. She would still boast to herself that she was not the woman to be swept away by a gust of longing for the man who chanced to take her eye. And so she brought down on herself the inexorable question: if Harry were man enough to wake passion in her and deserve her magnificence, why had she driven him off? For all her selfishness and her insolent pride, she had a vehement desire, a part perhaps of her very pride in her womanhood, to owe him nothing, to pay him fair, to give him all that a man could ask. Little by little she forced herself to believe that she had failed of that. After all, he had offered her nothing but himself, poor, friendless, of no repute, indolent, careless of all the world, and she had professed content. What his father might do was no matter to that. He had offered her what he was and given it faithfully, and she had not played fair. When she found herself confessing that, she discovered a new power of being wretched. All the romantic, egoistic melancholy went down the wind. The finest, proudest of her, her own honour, told of a torturing wound. "I'll satisfy you." That had been the boast before the wild marriage was done. And after all she had chosen to deny him. Nothing else could matter. There could be no excuse. It was he that she had taken, not his name or what he might be, and he had not changed. It was herself that she had promised. What other honour for woman or man than to give like for like? And she had broken faith. She was humiliated, a state of all others the most dolorous for Alison. To it came on a merry spring day Mr. Waverton. She was in two minds whether to let him see her, and then, too proud to hide from him or greedy of a chance to hurt him, had him in. Mr. Waverton had decorated himself for a house of mourning. His large form was all black and silver, and drooped sympathetically. His handsome face was set in a chastened melancholy, as of one who grieves for another's trouble with a modest satisfaction. "Dear lady," says he, tenderly, and bowed over her hand. "Dear Geoffrey," says she, "here's a new song." "Madame?" "'Vengeance is mine' was the refrain last time. Now it's weeping over the penitent prodigal." "How I love you, Geoffrey." Mr. Waverton made a gesture of emotion, an exclamation. "I wronged you, Alison," he said in a deep voice. "Nay, but you must forgive me. I have suffered too. Remember, I had lost all." "Ah, no," said Alison tragically. "You had still yourself, Geoffrey." His emotion was understood to be too much for Mr. Waverton. In a little while, "We have both been the sport of villainy," he said. "Forgive me, Alison. I remember that I spoke bitterly. Can you wonder? I had dreamed of you in his arms. I see you here in that knave's power. Ah, I was beside myself. And he laughed. Do you remember? He laughed." "He never would take you to heart, in fact." "A treacherous hound," said Mr. Waverton with startling vehemence. "Oh, he was honest when he laughed." Mr. Waverton swept Harry out of the conversation. "Forgive me, Alison. I should have known. My heart should have told me." "Oh Lud, and is your heart to give tongue now?" "My heart," said Mr. Waverton with dignity, "my heart is always crying to you, and now that the first agony is past, I know all." "I wish I did," said Alison, and looked in his eyes. "But even then ah, Alison, I have blamed myself cruelly. Even then I should have known that when your eyes were opened, when you knew the truth, you would have no more of him." "You might have known," Alison said slowly. "You might have judged me by yourself." "Aye, that indeed," said Mr. Waverton heartily. "For we are very like. Alison, we are of the same spirit, you and I. You make me proud." "It's our tragedy. We so like, so made to answer each other, should be betrayed to our ruin by this same vile trickster. Oh, I blame you no more than myself." "This is too generous." "No," says Mr. Waverton, "no. When I came on that woman of yours, that Mrs. Weston, faith, I am glad you have cut her off too. I never liked that woman." "Yes, she is poor." "There it is. I doubt she was in Boyce's pay." Alison opened her eyes at him. "Oh, Geoffrey, you surpass yourself to day. Go on, go on." "If you please," says Mr. Waverton, something ruffled, "I believe he hired her to play his game with you. Had you a suspicion of it when you sent her packing?" "By God, Geoffrey, I could suspect anyone when you talk to me." "She is bitter against you. When I heard from her that you had driven the fellow away from you, I was on fire to come to you." "To forgive the prodigal. Oh, your nobility, Geoffrey. And pray, where did you meet Mrs. Weston?" "Why, in the High Street here. She lodges in one of those wretched cottages behind the street." "She is here?" Alison shivered a little. "Perhaps she has some game to play yet. She may be his spy. Be warned against her." Alison leant forward in her chair. Her face was hidden from him. "You are giving me a lesson, Geoffrey. I'll profit by it, I promise you." "Alison," Mr. Waverton gave a laugh of triumph, "I fight for us both, and I promise you I am eager enough. As soon as I learnt that you had left him, why, he was delivered into my hand. By heaven, he shall find no mercy now. Already I have him watched. I went to an attorney much practised in these treasonous cheating plots. And of him I have hired trusty fellows who know all the rogues in London and their hiding holes. You said something?" But Alison was laughing. "I believe there is some humour in it," Mr. Waverton conceded grandly. "Well, they have tracked him down. Our gentleman lies at a filthy tavern in the Long Acre, the Leg of Pork or some such lewd name. He haunts Jacobite coffee houses and the like low places. They believe that he makes some dirty money by scribbling for the press. A writer in the newspapers! He is sunk almost to his right depth. They make no doubt that before long we shall catch him dabbling in some new treasonous matter. And then," he made gestures of doom. "Well, and then? The law may revenge us on the treacherous rogue," said Mr. Waverton with majesty. Alison stood up. Mr. Waverton, always polite, started up too. "I give you joy, Geoffrey," she said very quietly. "Not yet, not yet." Mr. Waverton put up a modest hand. "I believe there is nothing you could feel." Mr. Waverton recoiled and stared his bewilderment. "You carry a sword, Geoffrey? Oh, that I were a man." "To use it upon him? Bah, such rogues are not worth the honour of steel." "Oh, honour, honour!" she cried, and flung out her arms, trembling. "The honour of you and me!" What was Mr. Waverton to make of that? "I believe I have excited you," says he. "By God, it is the first time," Alison cried, and turned on him so fiercely that he started back. There was a servant at the door saying something which went unheard. Then Susan Burford came into the room, an odd contrast in her placid simplicity to the amazed magnificence of Mr. Waverton or Alison's tremulous, furious beauty. Alison was turned away from her and too much engaged to hear or be aware of her. "Here is Miss Burford," said Waverton in a hurry. Alison whirled upon her. You have nothing to do here." "My dear Alison," Waverton protested. "Miss Burford, you're very obedient." Susan made him a small, leisurely curtsy and sat down. "Oh, please give me a dish of tea," she said. "We have not seen you at Tetherdown in this long while," Mr. Waverton complained genially. "I believe not," says Susan. Alison stared at her. "Why do you come here? You know you despise me." "I do not come to people I despise," says Susan placidly. "Well, I am private with dear Geoffrey, if you please." "My dear Alison, I must be riding. We have finished our business, I think. I'll not fail to be with you again soon. I hope to have news for you. Miss Burford, your most obedient." Susan bent her head. "Alison?" He held out his hand and smiled at her protective affection. "Geoffrey," said Alison, and looked in his eyes. She did not take the hand. She was very pale. Mr. Waverton's smile was withered. He took himself out with a jauntiness that sat upon him awkwardly. Then Alison turned again upon Susan. "You want to know what I have to do with him?" she said fiercely. "No," says Susan. Alison stared at the fair, placid face and cried out, "You are a fool." "Oh, my dear," says Susan. "I hate that cold, flabby way of yours. You think it is all good and wise and kind. It's like a silly mother with a spoilt child. You're not spirit enough to scold. And all the while you are thinking me vile and base and mean." "But that is ridiculous. Nobody could think you mean," Susan said. "There it is again. You believe it is kind to talk so, and it drives me mad. I am shameful. Do you hear? I am shameful, and perhaps I want to be, and I loathe myself. Now go. I shall not stay with you. Go." Susan stood up. "Alison, oh, Alison," she said. Alison flung out of the room. CHAPTER 23. The house in Kensington. Late in that evening one of Alison's servants rode up to the Hand of Pork and inquired for Mr. Boyce. After some parley, he was told that Mr. Boyce had not been in the tavern that day, so he left a letter in the tap and rode back to Highgate. That letter, which was not heard of till long afterwards, ran thus: "Mr. Boyce, I desire that you would come to me at Highgate. I have to-day heard from Geoffrey Waverton what you must instantly know. And the truth is, I cannot be content till I speak with you. But I would not have you come for this my asking. Pray believe it is urgent for us both that we meet, and I do require it of you, not desiring of you what you may have no mind to, but to be honest with you, and lest that should befall which I hope you would not have me bear. Signed, A." An ungainly, confused composition, as you see, but it set forth very clearly the state of Alison's unhappy mind. She was revolted, of course, by Geoffrey's scheme of spying and trapping, loathed him for propounding it to her, and was eager to warn Harry against it and clear herself of any part in the vile business. But she would not have Harry suppose that she was praying him to come back to her. This time at least there should be no wooing on her side. If she wanted him hungrily, shamefully, he should not know till he chose to take her. But he must come to her, and be told all the tale, and hold her free of any part in Geoffrey's baseness. So she fought with herself and wrote of her strife, and as things went it mattered nothing to Harry, for he never knew of it till much else had happened. When he woke on the morning after his affairs with Captain McBean and the Mohocks, and his father woke with a sore head and a very stiff shoulder, he was a prey to puzzled excitement. There is no doubt that McBean had engaged his affections. He was not indeed very grateful for the fantastic duel. Of all men, Harry Boyce was the least likely to be pleased by oddity or an extravagance of chivalry. He always thought, I believe, that Captain McBean was a little mad, and liked him none the better for it. But he confessed that with the madness there was allied a most persuasive mind, a very reasonable reason. The combination may not be so surprising to you as to Harry Boyce. He thought that McBean's exposition of the affair of his father and his consequent duty was exactly and delicately true, which means, of course, that it agreed with his own temper. He had no more doubt than McBean that his father had planned, was planning, treachery which, win or lose, would disgrace him. He admitted that it was his own wretched duty to do what he might to make an end of these plans. You smile, perhaps, at Harry Boyce claiming for himself the commands of duty. He was eminently not a saint. He was not delicate. And yet, thrust upon an awkward choice, it is certain that he chose what must be difficult, hazardous, and distressing, rather than stand aloof and let his father's villainy go its way. I make no pretence of exalting him into a tragic fellow. He had no affection for his father, no respect. Merely to work against his father's will, to smash his father's schemes, would certainly not have cost him one twinge. He had no hate for his father either, nor the least ambition to ruin him or make him suffer. But he would heartily have liked to bring these murderous plots to nothing, and yet save his father from vengeance. Harry had his share of the common human instinct to keep one's family out of mischief, or at least out of the newspapers. And it is not to be denied that there was also active in him a simple human animosity. He bore his father a grudge for being publicly a knave. A man who had received nothing from his parents but the gift of birth might fairly demand that they should not bother him with their rogueries. He did not extenuate his father's share in the catastrophe of the marriage. Perhaps it was in itself fated to miscarry. But if Colonel Boyce had not mixed up his affairs with it, the end need not have been ignominious. Harry vigorously condemned the old gentleman's meddling. It was an impertinence at the best to manipulate other folks, and a father who did it so stupidly as Colonel Boyce was a pestilent nuisance. But all this, I believe, rankled less than the behaviour of Colonel Boyce on the night before. If the old gentleman had acknowledged his offences, if he had even been content to talk of them frankly, man to man, he might have been forgiven. But his affectation of profound wisdom, his patronage, and above all, his parade of mystery, infuriated Harry's lucid mind. It sought further causes of offence and had no difficulty in finding them. Everything about that conversation was suspicious. For how did it begin? With a broken head, with every button of his clothes torn open as though he had just been searched to the skin, he woke up in his father's presence. The father might pose as a good Samaritan who had come upon a sufferer by the wayside, but he should not have shown so nervous an anxiety to know what the sufferer had been about. The father talked of Mohocks, but what Mohawk were these who knocked a man down before making sport of him, and, not content with taking his money, went through all his clothes? Why was a Mohawk's club lying there beneath the father's swords? Harry made a ready guess at the riddle. His father must have fellows watching McBean's house. They had knocked him down to search him for papers. Then the father must have known that he had been with McBean, and those anxious questions were to discover how much he was McBean's friend. Colonel Boyce must have a lively interest in the affairs of McBean. And yet he professed that he had now nothing in hand. What if he knew of the secret of the Pretender's coming to London? What if he was still seeking a chance to accomplish his plot of murder? Well, Captain McBean expected no less of him. Captain McBean was in the right of it. It became a good son's duty to confound his father's politics. There's no denying that Harry went into the business with zest. While he ate his breakfast in the tap room, he caught sight of a fellow lurking about outside. Whose spy this was is in fact not certain. Afterwards Colonel Boyce vehemently denied that he had commissioned any man against Harry. Though you may not believe him, it is possible that the fellow was one of those in Waverton's pay. Harry made no doubt that his father was the offender. He went upstairs again and put a book in his pocket. He had been commissioned for a translation of Ovid, which, let us be thankful, never came into print. Thus characteristically provided, he went out to baffle the spy and the father. In the courts between Drury Lane and Bow Street he did some ingenious marching and counter-marching whereby, he was always confident, and we cannot be quite sure, the spy was shaken off. He then came into St. Martin's Lane by the north end, and, dodging in and out of it more than once, made for a tavern close to his father's lodging. He planted himself inside by a window, called for a tankard and a pipe, and divided his attention between the Tristia and his father's door across the lane. It soon appeared that Colonel Boyce was to have a busy morning. By ones and twos a dozen men went into his house. They were not, even to Harry's hostile eye, brazenly ruffians. Something of the bully they might have about them, for they ran to brawn and swagger, but they were trim enough and brisk, and had no smack of debauch. A company of old soldiers, by the look of them, and still not past their prime. They were with Colonel Boyce a long time, and Harry grew very sick of the Tristia, and had to drink more beer over it than was his habit of a morning. They came out at last singly, and yet with very short intervals between them. They all turned the same way, across Leicester Fields. They seemed to Harry something so uncommon in this that he was moved to follow. He made his way out by the back door and the tavern yard. As he came into Leicester Fields, he saw that the units had already amalgamated into 3 companies. They were all steadily marching westward. Keeping behind a cart, he followed them, and after a while bought for twopence a lift in an empty hay wagon. I record all this because he seems to have been very proud of it, which is characteristic of his simple nature. The hay wagon rumbled him past 2 companies of them, halted and coalescing at an inn. The first still headed him at a good round pace all the way to Kensington. The wagon was going through Kensington village that this vanguard too had found an inn. A little farther on he abandoned his wagon, and buying bread and cheese at a farm, made his dinner under the hedge. It was a long while before he saw anything more of the gentleman of the inn, and lying among primroses and cowslips he nearly forgot all about them, and his excitement and his wonderful tactics. He was in fact becoming sentimental, and had made 3 neat hendecasyllabics to the cowslips when the gentleman came out again. They split into pairs and marched on briskly. Harry went through the hedge, and from behind it he watched them pass. Then, as now, the road ran straight, and it was not safe to come out and follow them till they were far ahead. While he waited, he heard more tramping, and in a little while the rest of the company went by. He peeped out after them and saw an odd thing. Though the road ran straight for a mile or more, the first party had vanished already. Harry climbed a tree. It was some little time before he discovered the lost party. They had scattered. They had taken to the fields, and under hedges they were making southward. The rest of the company did likewise. Soon he saw what they were after. There was a lane running from the high road towards Fulham. A little way back from it, in a good garden, stood a house of modest comfort, doubtless the place to which some gentleman about town came for his pleasures or a breath of fresh air. About its grounds the company went into hiding. Harry came down from his tree in a hurry and, like an honest man, took to the high road. It was, you know, his one uncommon capacity to go easily at a round pace. He did his best along the road and down the lane, and though he caught a glimpse of a coat here and there, unchallenged, he came up the drive and across the garden to the door of the house. He had hardly knocked before he was being inspected through a peep-hole. The door was opened and instantly shut behind him. He was in darkness, dimly lit by one candle. The windows had their shutters closed and barred. "What's your will, sir?" says the man who let him in. "The master of the house, if you please." Two other men lounged into the hall. "And your name, sir?" "You may say that I came from Captain McBean." The man appeared to think it over. "That's true enough, faith," says another, advancing out of the shadow. Harry recognised one of the solemn seconds of the duel, Patrick O'Connor. "Will I serve your turn, sir?" "If your master here." "I am not. Come on now." He led the way to a room where a cadaverous man, richly dressed, sat huddled over a fire. "'Tis a gentleman from the captain, my lord. Mr. Boyce." "My Lord Sale." Harry bowed. My lord yawned. "You're a devil of a name, Mr. Boyce," says he. "I deplore it, and hope to disgrace it." "Is it possible?" said my lord, and yawned again. "I had the honour to tell you, my lord, that I answer for the gentleman," says Mr. O'Connor. "You may endorse the devil if you please," my lord sneered. Harry struck in. "I came to tell you, my lord, that your house is watched and by now surrounded." "Damn them, they have found it out, have they?" says my lord, and spread out his lean hands to the fire. "How many, if you please?" says O'Connor. "A dozen or so. They marched out this morning, scattered, and met again in the village, and came here across country. They are well armed, I believe, and look men who would fight." "Odds fish, that nets this hole," says my lord. "Pray, Mr. Boyce, when will they put the ferret in?" Harry shrugged. "Oh, there's a limit to your kindness, is there? Do you choose to tell us who sent them?" Harry was silent a moment, and then blurted out, "They came from Colonel Boyce's lodging." My lord laughed. "Sure, 'tis an honour to know you, sir," says O'Connor, and bowed to Harry. "Damned filial, indeed," my lord chuckled. O'Connor turned upon him. "They have you beat easily, my lord," he said fiercely. "Damned courageous indeed." But my lord only nodded at him. "What, we be six to count, Mr. Boyce. Sure, we could hold the house against the devil's christening." There came in briskly a tall fellow crying, "Come, Sale, it's full time, I believe." My Lord Sale got on his feet. "Stap me, sir, I believe not," he drawled. "We must stay at home. They have smoked us. Here's a gracious youth come to tell us that his Whiggish friends beset the house." Pretender frowned and seemed slow to understand. Harry looked him over. He was certainly a fine figure of a man, and bore himself gallantly enough. His face was darkly handsome in a melancholy fashion, not unlike the youth of his uncle, Charles II. He turned upon Harry. "What is all this, sir?" "Oh, sir, it's that old rogue Noll Boyce," my lord put in. "And here's his son betraying the father." "Faith, my lord, I'll remind you of that," O'Connor said. "Sir, the gentleman is an honest gentleman." "Colonel Boyce, he is your father, sir?" The Pretender bent his black brows over Harry. "He begot me," he said. Harry shrugged. "I desire to defend you from him. He has surrounded your house here with a dozen sturdy knaves who intend you, I believe, the worst." "I am obliged by your service, sir," says the Pretender coldly. "Pray, my lord, is the coach ready?" My lord shook his head. "I don't advise it, sir. The good Mr. Boyce cannot be lying, or allow the knaves mean but to frighten you. I dare not risk your person." "Dare? You dare too much, my lord, who command neither my person nor my honour. I do not thank you for your advice. You will have the coach brought instantly." "I ask your pardon, sir, and beg you to consider. What will the world say of me if I let you run into a gang of murderers? We can maintain the house against them till our friends come seeking us. In the open we are outnumbered desperately. Nay, sir, be advised. What is to lose by waiting? If you go, you grasp at a shadow, and may throw away your life for it." "I say, my lord, I do not thank you for your care of me, which is careless of my honour and your own. I am promised to our friends. Do you desire me to go afoot, my lord?" "I have done, sir." My lord bowed and went out. "Sir, I believe they will not spare you," says Harry. "I have heard you," the Pretender said haughtily, and waved him away. "I'll not be put off so." The Pretender turned upon him. "Sir, I have done what I could to save your life from a base plot. If it succeeds, the shame of it must fall upon me and my name, for it's my cursed father that planned it. And you choose to run upon the danger. I entreat you, do me right. Your blood should not be upon my head." "You have done your duty, Mr. Boyce." The Pretender bowed. "I thank you. But I must do mine." "Why, faith, sir, 'tis the right of principle of war to wait the rogues here," says O'Connor. "You will not?" "Go to, man. I say it again and again." For the first time in their acquaintance Harry saw Mr. O'Connor smile. "I have the honour to take your orders, sir. But sure, we are not at the end of our tactics. I'll presume to advise you. Let the coach come to the door, and me and the other gentleman will make some display of mounting her and guarding her. She moves off slowly. It's any odds the rogues will believe we have you with us and deliver their main attack, while you'll be mounting quietly in the yard with my lord and ride off with him to Kensington." "The plan is well enough. Have it so," said the Pretender carelessly. O'Connor went out in a hurry, and Harry followed him. "I'll join you, if you please, Mr. O'Connor." O'Connor laughed. "Oh, your servant, your servant. No offence, Mr. Boyce. I profess I have an admiration for you, but faith, you are not a man of war. Do you go round to the stable yard now and watch there to see they prepare nothing against us from the back." He bustled off, calling up his fellows. So Harry, with a long face, I suppose, drifted away to the back of the house. The coach was already moving out of the yard, and he saw no sign of his father's legion. In a moment the groom, with one of O'Connor's men to help him, was busy again in the stable. Still the legion did not reveal themselves. O'Connor's man ran back into the house, leaving two horses saddled in the stable. Then the Pretender and my lord hurried out, and the horses were brought to meet them. As they mounted, Harry heard the clatter of the coach, and then pistols and shouts and the clash of fighting. The Pretender spurred off, my lord taking the lead of him through the gate. As they passed, a shot was fired out of the hedge. My lord swayed, fumbling at his holsters and crying out, "Ride on, sir, ride," fell from the saddle. His foot was caught in the stirrup, and the frightened horse dragged him along the ground. Harry ran up and snatched the bridle. "How is it with you, my lord?" "I have enough, I believe," my lord gasped. "Damme, sir, don't fumble at me. Mount and after him." So Harry went bumping in the saddle after the Pretender. End of part 7. Part 8 of The Highwayman by H.C. Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 24. Queen Anne is dead." The Pretender looked over his shoulder as Harry came up. "Where is he hit?" "He has it in the body, and he suffers." The Pretender muttered something. "I bring ill luck to my friends, you see. Best ride off, Mr. Boyce." "You can do me no harm, sir. God knows if I can do you any good." The Pretender looked at him curiously. "I think you are something of my own temper. In effect, there is little to hope with me." "Who knows?" Harry shrugged. "Par exemple, sir, do you know where we are going now?" "This is a parable, mordieu. I leave my friends to be shot for me and die, perhaps, while I ride off and know not the least of my way. Egad, sir, you were in enough of a hurry to go somewhere." Harry reined up. "Am I to be trusted in the affair?" The Pretender amazed Harry by laughing. A laugh so hearty and boyish that he seemed another man from the creature of stiff, pedantic melancholy. "Oh Lud, Mr. Boyce, don't scold. You might be a politician. Tell me, where is this damned palace?" "Kensington, sir. Bear to the left, if you please." So they swung round, and soon hitting upon a lane, saw the village and the trees about the palace. "In a little while, Mr. Boyce, how much do you know?" the Pretender said. And still he was more the boy than the disinherited king. "Egad, sir, no more than I told you, that my father had bullies watching for you. And I believe I have not thanked you." It was Harry's turn to laugh. "Faith, sir, you ought to be grateful to the family of Boyce." "I shall not forget." "He takes care that you shall remember him, my honourable father." "I do not desire repartees, Mr. Boyce. Come, sir, you carry yourself too proudly. You are not to disdain what you have done, or yourself." Harry bowed, permitted himself, I suppose, some inward ironic smile. He was not born with reverence, and the royal airs of this haughty, gloomy lad had no authority over him. Then and always the pretensions of the Pretender appeared to him pathetically ridiculous. But for the man he would sometimes profess a greater liking than he had learnt to feel for any other in the world. Harry was careful to avoid most of the village. As they came into it on the eastward side, a horseman galloped up to them. "From my Lord Masham, sir. Pray you follow me at speed." He led them on to the palace, but not by the straight approach, and brought them to a little door in the garden wall upon the London side. There a handsome fellow stood waiting for them, and bowed them in with a "Sir, sir, we have been much anxious for you. I trust to God nothing has fallen out amiss." "There was a watch set for me, my lord, and I fear some of our friends are down. But for this gentleman I had hardly been here." Masham swore and cried out. "They have news of the design. I profess I feared it. Pray, sir, come on quickly. The Queen is weaker, and my lady much troubled for her. By God, we have left it late, and the ministers must still be wrangling, and my Lord Bolingbroke like a man mazed. We must be swift and downright with the council." Then at last Harry understood. The Pretender was to be brought face to face with his sister, the weakening, weak Queen, and a privy council was to be in waiting. Suppose she declared him her heir? Suppose she presented him to a council all high Tories and good Jacobites? A good plot, a very excellent plot, if there were a man with the courage and the will to make it work. Within the palace it was now twilight. They were hurried up privy stairways and along corridors, and Harry fancied behind the gloom 100 watching eyes, and could not be sure they were all fancy. As they crossed the head of the grand staircase, Masham made an exclamation and checked and peered down. The Pretender turned, and Harry, but Masham plunged after them and wildly waved them on. "What is it, my lord? Have you seen a ghost?" The Pretender smiled. "Oh God, sir, go on," Masham gasped. "We can but challenge the hazard now." And he muttered to himself. "You are inconvenient, my lord," said the Pretender with a shrug. "Go before, conduct me, if you please." Masham brushed by him and hurried on. Harry understood my lord's alarm. He too had seen a little company below by the grand entry, and among them one of singular grace, a rare nobility of form and feature, a strange placidity. There was no forgetting, no mistaking him. It was the gentleman of the bogged coach, the old corporal, the Duke of Marlborough. Marlborough, who was in disgrace, who should be in exile, back at the palace when the Tories were staking their all on a desperate, splendid throw. Marlborough, who had betrayed and ruined James II, come back to baffle his son. No wonder Lord Masham was uneasy for his head. They were brought to a small room, blatantly an antechamber, and Masham, brusquely bidding them wait, broke through the inner door. He was back in a moment, as pale as he had been red. "Come in, sir," he muttered. "I believe we had best be short." And through the open door Harry heard another voice. It was thin and strained, and seemed to make no words, like a baby's cry or an animal's. Across another antechamber they came into a big room of some prim splendour, and as they passed the door Harry made out what that feeble voice was saying. "The council, Abbie. We must go to the council. We keep the council waiting, Abbie." That came over and over again, and he knew why he had not understood. The words were run together and slurred as if they were shaped by a mind drowsy or fuddled. A great fire was burning, though the day was warm enough, and by the fire sat a mound of a woman. She could be of no great height, perhaps she was not very stout, but she sat heaped together and shapeless, a flaccid mass. She had a table by her, and on it some warm drink that steamed. Through the drifting vapour Harry saw her face, and seemed to see it change and vanish like the vapour, for it was all bloated and loose, and it trembled, and it had no colour in it but a pallid grey. And as he looked there came to him a sense of death. Yet she was pompously dressed, in a dress cut very low, a dress of rich stuff and colour, and there was an array of jewels sparkling about her neck and at her bosom, and her hands lay heavy with rings. There hung about her a woman buxom and pleasant enough, yet with something sly in her plump face. "Fie, ma'am, fie," she was saying. "The council is here but for your pleasure." She looked up and nodded imperiously at Masham. "The Prince James, ma'am," Masham cried. The Queen, who had seemed to see nothing of their coming, started and shook and blinked towards him. "He is loud, Abbie. Tell him not to be loud," she complained. "Look, ma'am, look," Lady Masham patted at her. "It is your brother. It is Prince James." The Pretender came forward, holding out his hand. "Am I welcome, Anne?" he said heavily. The Queen stared at him with dull eyes. "It is King Charles," she said, and stirred in her chair and gave a foolish laugh. "No, but he is like King Charles. But King Charles had so many sons. Who is he, Abbie? Why does he come? The council is waiting." "I am your brother, Anne," the Pretender said. "What does he say, Abbie?" The Queen turned to Lady Masham and took her hand and fondled it feebly. "I am alone. There is none left to me. My boy is dead. My babies. I am alone. I am alone." "I am your brother and your king," the Pretender cried. She fell back in her chair, staring at him. Her mouth opened and a mumble came from it. Then there was silence a moment. Then she began to shake, and one hand beat upon the table with its rings. So they waited a while, watching the tremulous, shapeless mass of her, and the tap, tap, tap of her hand beat through the room. Lady Masham took command. "Nay, sir, leave her. You can do no more now. Let her be. I will handle her if I can." She rustled across the room and struck a bell. "Masham, bring Dr. Arbuthnot. He irks her less than the rest." Harry followed the Pretender into the outer room, shambling awkwardly. The progress from failure to failure dazed him. He recalled afterwards, as many petty matters of this time stayed vivid in his memory, a preposterous blunder into a chair. The Pretender sat down and stretched at his ease. "We are too late, I think," he said coldly. "It is the genius of my family." He took snuff. "You may go if you will, Mr. Boyce." Harry looked up and struggled to collect himself. "Not till you are in safety," he said, and was duly aware of some discomfort. The dying woman, the sheer ugliness of death, the sordid emotions about her numbed the life in him. He felt himself in a world inhuman. Yet, even afterwards, he seems not to have discovered anything ignoble in his admired Pretender. The blame was fate's, that mocked coldly at the hopes and affections of men. "I am obliged, sir," said the Pretender, and so they waited together. After a little while of gloomy silence in that bare room, Masham broke in, beckoning and muttering. "Sir, the Queen is dead." The Pretender stood up. "Enfin," said he, with a shrug. CHAPTER 25 Sauve qui peut. "Sir, you must be gone instantly," says Masham. "You are officious, my lord." The Pretender stared at him. "I have nothing to fear." "I warrant you have," Masham cried, "and so have others." "I believe that, pardieu." "Come, my lord, command yourself. Where is this council? I may still show myself to the lords and challenge them." "Damme, you cannot be so mad. 'Tis packed with Whigs. They must have wind of you, curse them. Marlborough is there, and Argyll and Sunderland. Burn his foxy face. It might have gone amiss though the Queen armed you to her chair. Now she is dead. There is no hope for you. Go to the Council, go to the Tower, go to the block." The Pretender turned to Harry with a smile and a shrug. "He trims his sails quickly." "That's unworthy, by God," Masham cried. "My lord is in the right, sir," Harry said. "It's true enough Marlborough is here, and he makes sure. You'll but extinguish yourself to try more now. The need is to bring you safe to your friends." "You also," the Pretender shrugged again. "Faith, Mr. Boyce, you show yourself vastly anxious for my life. You are not much concerned for my honour." "Egad, sir, I should have thought your honour was to maintain your cause." "You'll not do that from a prison or coffin." "Who knows?" the Pretender said. "My grandfather?" Masham was stamping with impatience. "Oh Lud, sir, must we gossip about your grandfather? Stay here, you cannot. It is not decent. The Queen's a corpse behind that door. Why, and if they take you in the palace, it's ruin for you and for us all." "Oh, we shall not be spared if you are caught." "Yes, I am a curse to my friends." The Pretender laughed drearily. "Well, my lord, you shall be delivered at least. Lead the way." Masham hurried out on the word. As they followed, the Pretender took Harry's arm. "I wish you may be right, Mr. Boyce," he said, "but my heart bids me stay." "Oh, sir, a king has no right to a heart," says Harry. They were suddenly thrown upon Masham as he checked and drew back without warning. He had come upon a woman who was leaving the Queen's apartments, a woman who had once been handsome and was still proud of it. She stared haughtily at Masham and his companions, and swept on before them. He was much agitated. "What alarms you, my lord?" The Pretender sneered. "Carrots from Somerset, egad," Masham muttered, gazing after the disdainful lady's red head. "It's the Duchess of Somerset, sir, the damnedest Whig, and she came from the Queen. Now they will all know the Queen is gone. Come on, sir, come on for God's sake." They hurried after him through the palace. All was quiet enough. Afterwards, indeed, Harry could hardly believe that fancy had not played tricks with his memory. For the emptiness, the silence of the corridors must needs have been a dramatic invention of his own mind and no reality. But it is true that as they hurried their retreat he was haunted by the quiet of the place, the quiet of death, a quiet ominous of storm. They were down at the door by which they had entered, and Masham's servant in waiting there was dispatched for the horses. Masham, fumed at the minutes of delay, ran out and in again, and then with some awkwardness apologized for himself. "Egad, sir, I warrant you we have done what we could. It is for you I fear, by God. I promise you I doubt damnably how things may go. Pray, sir, put yourself in safety. I am grateful for your emotions, my lord." Masham stared at him and then cried out, "Odds life, what now?" The horses were coming, but before the horses came two of the guards at the double. They halted at the door, panting, and grounded their muskets. "What the devil's this, my lad?" says Masham. "None is to leave the palace, my lord." "Damme, sirrah, you know me." "It won't do, my lord. There's the order. You must go speak with the captain at the main gate." "Come, sir, I have no time. Forget that you were here soon enough to stop me. You shall not lose by it." "It won't do, my lord. Nay, nay, don't force me to it." The corporal crossed muskets with his fellow as Masham was thrusting by. "Order is to spare none." "Damme, sir, what do you mean?" "Sure, my lord, you know better than that." The corporal grinned. "Ask the captain, if you please." Masham recoiled and drew the others back into the palace. They heard the corporal shout, "Put the nags up, my bully. My lord won't ride to-day." "They know you are here, sir," Masham said, with a very white face. "Damn the Somerset." She lost no time. "What is to do now?" "It seems my own plan was the best, gentlemen. If I had gone into the council, we should at worst have been in no worse case." "Oh Lud, sir, must we wrangle that out again?" "You are impudent, my lord. I will do without your company." "Good God, sir, it's no time for forms. What would you be at?" "I shall go to the main gate of your palace and see who will stand in my way." "That's ruin for certain," Masham groaned. "Be easy, my lord. I shall not boast myself your guest." "Oh, you are mad." "By your leave, sir," says Harry, "we need not so soon despair, I think, nor you run upon your death. There is something more to be tried. These sentries, they'll be on the watch for a gentleman of your distinction, and in my lord's company, or of some noble attendants. But a common fellow may pass them. If you would lend me your fine clothes and that great wig, and condescend to my subfuse and bob, there's no one would take so shabby a fellow for yourself. Maybe I might make a show to break out one way while you slipped past by another." "And left you to bear the brunt for me? I complain of you again, Mr. Boyce. You do not much value my honour." "And I say again, sir, your honour is to maintain your cause." "Nay, but what can they do to me? Faith, it's no sin to wear fine clothes, and well, I think the Whigs will never bring me into court. I know too much of my father." "Oh, you are specious, Mr. Boyce." The Pretender smiled at him. "Nay, if all my friends were such as you, I should not be in this queer plight." He put his hand on Harry's shoulder. "How am I to thank you, sirrah?" "Pray, sir, do as I advise." The hand pressed harder. "Be it so, then." "Egad, I like it very well," says Masham heartily. The two exchanged a shrug and a sneer at him. "If Mr. Boyce will risk it, he may make a show of marching out by the garden entrance, while you slip away by the servants' wicket beyond." "I believe I can trust you to get rid of me, my lord." The Pretender shrugged. "Where may we exchange our characters and our breeches?" "Oh, sir, follow me. We must be private about that." Harry burst out laughing. "Aye, faith, he is a gentleman of delicacy, our Masham," the Pretender said. But my lord had no ears or no understanding for irony. He brought them to his own quarters, and, fervidly entreating them to lose no time, shut them in and mounted guard outside the door. They cut queer figures to their own eyes when they came out, and Masham was distressed by their laughter. "What ails you?" he protested nervously. "It does well enough, I swear." "I am flattered by your admiration, pardieu," says the Pretender, with a rueful grin down at the shabby clothes which were so tight upon him, and a clutch at the bobwig's jauntiness. "Some are born great," says Harry, "and some have greatness thrust upon them. I believe I can keep inside your periwig, sir, but damme if I am sure about your breeches. They disdain me, egad." "God's life, sir, if you make a jest of it, you'll ruin us all," Masham cried. "I vow it's not seemly, neither. The Queen's dead but this half hour, and by God our own heads are loose on our shoulders." "My lord's in the right, sir. It's no laughing matter," says Harry. "Aye, he's all noble feeling," the Pretender shrugged. "Come on, sir, in God's name," Masham groaned. "Look you, thus it goes. I'll bring you within sight of the garden entry. Then you make to go out, Mr. Boyce, with what parade you can. And you, sir, I'll take you to the head of the back stairs. You have but to go straight down and out, and I wish you God speed with all my heart. Come, come." They marched along the corridor, and must needs pass the end of that which led to the Queen's apartments. Masham was a little ahead of the others. He passed the corner. Then he checked, and he turned sharp about and charged back at them, crowding them against the wall, trying to stand in front of both of them and hide them. It was Marlborough who alarmed my lord, Marlborough who came, alone, pacing slowly from the room where the Queen lay dead. No dismay, no emotion troubled his supreme grace. He disdained his splendours and his beauty with the wonted calm. He saw them, could not but see them, huddled together as they were, and striving not to be seen. His face betrayed nothing. He paced slowly up to them. It seemed to Harry that from the first his placid eyes looked at none of them but the Pretender. "We have met before, sir, I think," he said gently. "On the field of battle," says the Pretender in French. Marlborough bowed. "Give me your company." "Oh, your family has always been too kind to mine." Marlborough pointed the way. The Pretender shrugged, and "Enfin," says he with a bitter laugh, and marched on with an air. Masham, leaning against the wall, and very white, muttered to himself, "My God, my God." Harry ran forward to look after them. He saw Marlborough glance over the Pretender's shabby clothes, and then, making some ostentation of it, put on his hat. The Pretender, with a stare of disdain, put on his, or Harry's. They came to the head of the grand staircase and went down. The servants in the hall sprang up and ran to open the doors for his Grace. Harry heard a din and a clang, and saw a flash of steel as the guards outside presented arms. The two passed out and out of sight. For a little while the servants stood staring after them, and then came back to their chairs whispering. Harry turned round to Masham. "What now?" "Now?" Masham stared. "Now we may go hang ourselves." "Like Judas? Damme, I don't feel the obligation. Do you, my lord?" Masham swore at him and began to walk off. "Can you lend me a humbler coat, my lord?" Harry cried. "I am no more use in this." "I'll do no more in it," Masham growled. "Look to yourself." "Enfin, as His Majesty says," quoth Harry with a laugh, and went on to look for the garden entry or any other humble door. He found it soon enough and was gone through it, to be instantly beset by a sergeant's party and a joyful shout. "Odso, 'tis himself, 'tis the Chevalier." "You flatter me," says Harry, and they marched him off. CHAPTER 26 REVELATIONS. Harry was kept a long time in the guard room. Once or twice an officer came in and looked him over, but he was asked no question, and he asked none. He was ill at ease. Not, I believe, from any fear for himself. He knew indeed that he might hang for his pains. What he had done for the Pretender was surely treason, or would be adjudged treason, with the Whigs in power and the Hanoverian king. But death seemed no great matter. He was not a romantic hero. He had no faith, no cause to die for, and he saw the last scene as a mere horror of pain and shame. Only it must be some relief to come to the end. For he was beset by a hopeless, reckless distrust of himself. Everything that he did must needs go awry. He was born for failure and ignominy. Memories of his wild delight in Alison came stabbing at his heart, and he fought against them, and again they opened the wounds. Yes, for a little while he had been given the full zest of life, all the wonder and the glory, that he might know what it was to live maimed and starving. It was his own fault, faith. He should never have dared venture for her, he, a dull, blundering, graceless fool. How should he content her? Oh, forget her, forget all that and have done. She would be free of him soon, and so best. Best for himself, too. It was a dreary affair, this struggling from failure to failure. Whatever he put his hand to must needs go awry. Save the Pretender from the chance of a fight and deliver him into the hands of Marlborough. Marlborough, who would send him to the scaffold with the noblest air in the world. Why, but for that silly meddling at Kensington, the lad might have won free. Now he and his cause must die together before a jeering mob. So much for the endeavours of Mr. Harry Boyce to be a man of honour. Mr. Harry Boyce should have stayed in his garret with his small beer and his rind of cheese. He was fit for nothing better, born to be a servitor, an usher, and he must needs claim Alison Lambourne for his desires and rifle her beauty. Oh, it was good to make an end of life, if only he could forget her as she lay in his arms. The door opened. The guard was beckoning to him. He was marched to a room in which one man sat at a table, a small man of a lean, sharp face. Unbidden, Harry flung himself into a chair. He must have been a ridiculous figure, overwhelmed by the black wig and the rich clothes too big for him. The sharp face opposite stared at him in contemptuous disgust. "Your name?" "La, you now," Harry laughed. "I don't know you neither, and egad, I can do without." "I am the Earl of Sunderland." "Then, damme, I am sorry for you. Your name, I say?" "Why, didn't your fellows tell you?" "They told me." Impudence will not serve you. I warn you, the one chance to save yourself is to be honest with me." Harry began to hum a song, and between the bars he said, "You may go to the devil. I care not a curse for anything you can do. So think of your dignity, my lord, and hold your silly tongue." Sunderland considered him keenly. A secretary came in and whispered, "I will see him," Sunderland said, and lay back in his chair. It was Colonel Boyce who broke in. Colonel Boyce, something flushed and out of breath. "Egad, my lord," he began. Sunderland held up his hand. Colonel Boyce checked and stood staring at his son. Harry began to laugh. "Oh, sir, you're infinitely welcome. It only needed you to complete my happiness." "Odds life, sirrah," Colonel Boyce advanced upon him. "Are you crazy? What damned folly is this?" "You know him then?" says Sunderland. "Oh, my lord, it's a wise father knows his own son. And he is not wise, you know. Are you, most reverend? No, faith, or you would never have begot me. No, faith, nor enlist me to do murder neither. For I do but bungle it, you see, and make a fool of my Lord Sunderland. God bless him." "Is he mad?" says Sunderland. "I profess I begin to think so." Colonel Boyce frowned. "Lord Harry, stop your ranting. What brought you here?" "You, sir, you. Your faithful striving to do my Lord Sunderland's murders for him. Imprimis, that work of grace. But finally some good soldiers who assured me I was the man my lord wanted to murder." "You came here with the Pretender?" Harry laughed and began to sing a catch. "'Tis nothing to you if I should do so, and if nothing in it you find, then thank me for nothing, and that will be mo' than I ever designed." "What a pox are you doing in his clothes, sirrah?" Colonel Boyce cried. "Faith, I try to keep them on me, which is more difficult than you suppose. If I were to stand up in a hurry, my lord, we should all be shamed." "The lad is an idiot," said Sunderland with a shrug. "Come, Harry, you have fooled it long enough. I had a guess of this mad fancy of yours. But the game is up now, lad. King George is king to day, and his friends have all power in their grip. There's no more hope for your Jacobites. Tell me now, the Pretender is in your clothes, I see. Where did you part from him?" "Why, don't you know?" Harry stared at him. "Oh, faith, that's bitter for you. You who always know everything, and your friends with all power in their grip. Oh, my dear lord, I wonder if there's those who don't trust you." Some voices made themselves heard from outside. Sunderland and Colonel Boyce looked at each other, and my lord bit his fingers. The Colonel muttered something in Sunderland's ear. Harry laughed. "Do you bite your thumb at me, my lord?" "No, sir," says he, "but I bite my thumb. Odso, I bite my thumb." "Be silent, sirrah," Sunderland cried. The door opened. "Announce me," said a placid voice, and the secretary cried out in a hurry, "His Grace the Duke of Marlborough." Harry went on laughing. The contrast of Marlborough's assured calm and the agitation of the others was too impressive. "Oh, three merry men, three merry men, three merry men are ye," he chanted. "No, damme, it's more Shakespeare. The Three Witches, egad, and I suppose Duncan is murdered in the next act. When shall you three meet again? In—" "Oh, damn your tongue, Harry," his father exploded. Marlborough was not disturbed. His eye had picked out Sunderland. "Is this the whole conspiracy, my lord?" said he. "I beg your Grace's pardon." Sunderland started up. "You see, I am not private," and he called out, "Guard! Guard!" "No," Marlborough said, and as the soldiers came in, dismissed them with, "You are not needed." Sunderland fell back in his chair. "Oh, if you please," he cried peevishly. "At your Grace's command." "You have no secrets from Mr. Boyce, my lord." He turned to Harry. "Sir, we have met before," and he bowed. "Yes, the first time your wife was stuck in the mud. Now it's you." "Sir, you have obliged me on both occasions," Marlborough said. "Well, my lord?" "You had Mr. Boyce under examination. Pray go on." "I don't understand, your Grace," Sunderland said sulkily. "I have done with the gentleman." Colonel Boyce thrust forward. "By your Grace's leave, I'll take the lad away. Time presses, and—" "You may be silent," said Marlborough. For the first time in their acquaintance, Harry saw his father look at a loss. It was an ugly, ignominious spectacle. Marlborough turned to Harry smiling, and his voice lost its chill. "Well, Mr. Boyce, how far had it gone? Were they asking you what you had done with Prince James?" Harry stared at the bland, handsome condescension and hated it. "Oh, you have always had the devil's own luck," he cried. "Devil give you joy of it now." "You mistake me, I believe. I can forgive you more easily than some others." He turned upon Sunderland. "I will tell you where Prince James is, my lord. Safe out of your reach. On his way to France." Sunderland made a petulant exclamation and spread out his hands. "Your Grace goes beyond me, I profess. Do you choose to be frank with me?" "Frank?" Marlborough laughed. "You know the word, then. By all means, let us be frank. I found Prince James in the palace. He accepted my company. We had some conversation, my lord. I present to you the results. You have used my name to warrant a silly, knavish plot for murdering Prince James in France. You entered upon a silly, knavish plot to murder him on this mad visit to London, and while engaging me to aid your motions against the Jacobites, you gave me no advice of this damning folly. To complete your blunders, but for the chance that I came upon him and took him through your guards, you would have been silly enough to plant him on our hands in prison. I do not talk to you about honour, my lord, or your obligations. I advise you, I resent my name being confused with these imbecilities." Sunderland, who had been wriggling and become flush, cried out, "I'll not submit to this. I don't choose to answer your Grace. You shall hear from me when you are cooler." "My compliments," Marlborough laughed. "I do not stand by my friends? I lose my temper? You will easily convince the world of that, my lord. Colonel Boyce." Before Harry's wandering eyes his father came to attention, and, with an expression much like a guilty dog's, waited his reward. "You have had some of my confidence, and I think you have not lost by it. You have repaid me with an impudent treachery. I shall arrange that you have no more opportunity at home or abroad." "Pray, leave to ask your Grace's pardon," Colonel Boyce muttered. "I swear—" "You may be silent," Marlborough said, and turned away from them. "Pray, Mr. Boyce, will you walk?" Something bewildered by this time, Harry stood up and they went out together. "I require a carriage for this gentleman," said Marlborough to the sergeant of the guard, and with a smile to Harry, "That will be convenient, I think?" "Egad, sir, you might say decent," says Harry, with a wary hand on his breeches. "Spare me a moment while you wait." Marlborough turned into a recess of the corridor. "Prince James expressed himself much in your debt, Mr. Boyce. Considered me not less obliged. Thanks to you, I have freed myself of suspicions which I profess it had irked me to bear. Your Grace owes me nothing. I never thought of you, or if I did, you were the villain of the piece." Marlborough laughed. "And now you are sorry to find I am not so distinguished? Why is it a pleasure to despise me, Mr. Boyce?" Harry had to laugh too. "It's a hit, sir. I suppose your Grace is so great a man that we all envy you, and are eager for a chance to defame you and bring you down to our own level." "You're above that, Mr. Boyce," Marlborough said. "I make you my compliments on your conduct in the affair, and pray remember that I am in your debt. I don't know your situation. If I can serve you, do me the pleasure of commanding me." "Oh, your Grace does everything magnificently," says Harry, with a wry smile, and liked him none the better. CHAPTER 27. Virtue is its own reward. There is reason to believe that the Earl of Sunderland and Colonel Boyce fell out. Sunderland, never an easy man, suspected that he had been ridiculous, and was nervously eager to make some one smart for it. Colonel Boyce was in a despondent rage that anyone should have heard Marlborough rate him so. They seemed to have had some cat and dog business before they parted, each I infer blaming the other for their ignominy. But they took it in very different fashions. Colonel Boyce suffered in the more respectable part of his soul. Sunderland merely fumed and felt venomous. For it is certain, if absurd, that Colonel Boyce had a sincere reverence for Marlborough. He much desired, one of his few simple human emotions, that Marlborough should think well of him. If he had tacked Marlborough's name to a dirty business about which Marlborough knew nothing, he had honestly believed that his Grace would be very well content to know nothing of the means and profit by the end. That his hero should retort upon him disgust and contempt wounded him painfully. Final proof of his devotion, he never thought of questioning Marlborough's judgment. He had no doubt that he had managed the affair with miserable stupidity and bowed a humiliated head. Unfortunately, he was not ready to bow it before Sunderland. If there was to be scolding between him and Sunderland, he had a mind to give as much as he took. My lord had been art and part in the whole affair, and could have his share too in the disaster. But Sunderland had no notion of accepting Marlborough's opinion of him. Sunderland had no reverence for any of God's creatures, and with Marlborough safe out of the room, snarled something about an old fellow in his dotage. This much enlivened the quarrel, and they parted in some exhaustion, but still raging. The night brought counsel. Sunderland might tell himself and believe that Marlborough had become only the shadow of a great name. But the great name, he knew very well, was valuable to himself and his party, and he had no notion of throwing it away for the sake of his injured dignity. In his way, Colonel Boyce was quite as necessary to my lord. The fellow knew too much to be discarded. Moreover, he would still be valuable. His talents for intrigue, and even that weakness of his fertility in multiplying intrigue, much appealed to Sunderland. So before noon on the next day, Colonel Boyce was reading a civil letter from my lord. He sneered over it, but it was welcome enough. He did not want to be idle, and must rely on Sunderland to find him agreeable occupation. He walked out to wait on my lord, and they made it up, which was perhaps unfortunate for Mr. Waverton. Later in the day my lord heard that a gentleman was asking to speak with him, a gentleman who professed to have information about the Pretender which he could only give to my lord's private ear. Thereupon my lord received a large and imposing young gentleman who said, "My Lord Sunderland, my lord, I am Geoffrey Waverton of Tetherdown, a gentleman of family, as you may know, and sufficient estate. This is to advise you that I am in need of no private advantage, and desire none, but only to do my duty against traitors. You are benevolent, sir, but I am busy. I believe you will be glad to postpone your business to mine, my lord, says Mr. Waverton haughtily. "Let me tell you at this moment of anxious doubt," Mr. Waverton hesitated, like one who forgets a bit of his prepared eloquence. "Let me tell you the Pretender has come to these shores. He has come to England, to London. He was in Kensington yesterday." "You amaze me, Mr. Waverton." "My lord, I can take you to the house." "You are very obliging. Is he there now?" "I believe not, my lord." "And I believe not, too. Mr. Waverton, the world is full of gentlemen who know where the Pretender was the other day. You are tedious. Where is he now?" "My lord, I shall put in your power one who is in on all his cunning secrets, one who is the treasonous mainspring of the plot." Sunderland, who was something of a purist, made a grimace. "A treasonous mainspring. You may keep it, sir." "You are pleased to be facetious, my lord. I warn you we have here no matter for levity. I shall deliver to your hands one who is deep in the most dangerous secrets of the Jacobites, art and part of the design which at this moment of peril and dismay brings the Pretender down upon our peace. Mr. Waverton, you are as dull as a play. Who is he, this bogey of yours?" "He calls himself Boyce," said Mr. Waverton with an intense sneer. "Harry Boyce, a shabby, scrubby trickster to the eye. You would take him for a starveling usher, a decayed footman. It's a lurker in holes and corners indeed, a cringing, grovelling fellow, but with a heart full of treason and all the cunning of a base, low hypocrisy. Still a youth, but sodden in lying craft." Sunderland picked up a pen and played with it, and through the flutter of the feather he began to look keenly at Mr. Waverton. "Pray spare me the rhetoric," says he. "What has he done, your friend, Harry Boyce?" "He has this long time past been hand and glove with the Jacobites of Sam's. I have evidence of it. Now mark you what follows. Yesterday betimes he slunk out to Kensington, using much cunning secrecy, and there he made his way to a certain house. I wonder if you know it, my lord. It was close watched yesterday, and a coach that came from it was beset. I wonder if you have been asking yourself how the Pretender evaded that watch. I can dispel the mystery. This fellow Harry Boyce went in with news of the guard about the house. It was in his company that the Pretender rode away." "Why do you stop?" said Sunderland. "Where they went then I cannot tell you. You will please to observe, my lord, that I am precisely honest with you, and even to this knave Boyce just. But it is certain that in the evening, when Harry Boyce came back to the low tavern where he lodges, and he came, if you please, in a handsome coach, he was wearing the very clothes of the Pretender. Ay, even to the hat and wig. I believe I have said enough, my lord. It will be plain to you that the fellow is very dangerous to the peace of the realm and our good and lawful king. If you lay hands on him, which I advise you to do swiftly, you will quench a treason which has us all in peril, and well deserve the favour of King George. For my own part, I seek neither favour nor reward, desiring only to do my duty as a gentleman." Mr. Waverton concluded with a large bow in the flamboyant style. "Your name is Waverton?" Sunderland said coldly. Mr. Waverton was stupefied. That such eloquence should not raise a man's temperature, that he should not have made his name remembered. He remained dumb. "Pray, when did you turn your coat?" "Turn my coat?" Mr. Waverton gasped. "You once professed yourself Jacobite. You went to France with a certain Colonel Boyce. You quarrelled with him because he was not Jacobite. Now you desire to get his son into trouble. You do not gain upon me, Mr. Waverton. I can explain, my lord." "Pray spare me," says Sunderland. "You are not obscure. I see that you have a private grudge against the family of Boyce. Settle it in private, Mr. Waverton. It is more courageous." Mr. Waverton stared at him and began several repartees which were only begun. "I find you tiresome," Sunderland said. "I advise you, do not make me think of you again." And he struck his bell. But when Mr. Waverton was gone, "I fear he has not the spirit of a louse," my lord remarked to himself with a shrug. Thus Mr. Waverton's virtue was left to seek its own reward. CHAPTER 28 In the Tap. When Harry came back to his tavern he was, you'll believe, not anxious to be seen. He made one step from the coach to the door, scurried through the tap and upstairs. But the coming of a coach, and a coach of some splendour, to the humble Hand of Pork, had brought folks to the windows, and at the staircase window Harry bumped into his landlady, who gasped at him and began, "Save your lordship," which ended in, "God help us, it's Mr. Boyce." "Cook me a steak, Meg," Harry said, and went upstairs three at a time. She screamed after him, "Have you seen your letter? There's a letter for you in the tap." When Harry came down in his natural clothes, his best and one remaining suit, and shouted for his supper, she was quarrelling with the potman and searching the shelves. "Meg, you villain, Meg, where's my steak? Lord love you, it's to the fire. I be looking for your letter. Ain't you had it now?" "Days it's been here, I swear. I saw it again only this morning. By the black jar of usquebaugh it was. George, od rot you." "Burn the letter," says Harry. "Go bring me that steak, you slut." "Oh, God save you," Mrs. Meg cried in a pet. And so for Alison's letter there was no more search. But indeed they would not have found it. Harry, if he ever thought about it, supposed it one of the grumbling screeds of the bookseller, for whom he scribbled and was glad to be rid of so easily. But he was in no case to think useful of anything. The amazement of his deliverance left him in a queer state of excited lassitude. His nerves were all tremulous. He must needs do everything vehemently, and felt the while as if he were being whirled along, passive, in the grip of some force outside himself. One moment he was dreaming himself capable of miracles, the next he was limp with weariness and utterly impotent. And naturally, as soon as he had food inside him, weariness won, and he was overwhelmed with great waves of languor. He hardly dragged himself up to his attic before he was asleep. When he woke, the world was grey. He could survey himself cynically and wonder why he had been such a fool as to be in a fluster overnight. Faith, it was a grand exploit to dabble in conspiracies and come out with your head still, for a while, on your shoulders. And that only by a turn of the luck, not any wit of his. Well, neither winners nor losers would want more of the blundering offices of Mr. Harry Boyce. He was back again after his conversation with royalty and royal breeches, a hack writer in his garret, and Alison as far away as ever. The wonderful Alison, the beauty of her flashed into his squalor. He felt her passionate life. Be hanged to Alison. Let the hack writer get to his writing. All that day he strove with the fluency of Ovid, and to this hour his labours, much flaccid verse, survive in a decent obscurity. It was late in the afternoon before he yielded to his growing disgust with the whinings of the Tristia and sought relief in the open air. There was not much movement in the air of Long Acre. The day had been long and languorous, with heavy showers steaming up again in the sun. Clouds were darkening across the twilight for more rain. Harry turned off to stretch his legs and find some freer air across the fields by the Oxford road. But he was soon tired of them. The moist heat oppressed him still, and lowering darkness across the sky threatened a storm. He had no desire for a wetting and an evening spent in the Pretender's close. He made for his tavern again by St. Martin's Lane, and there came full upon his father. Colonel Boyce touched his hat. Harry touched his, gave him the wall, and was going by. Then the Colonel laughed and caught his son's arm. "Well met, Harry. I was coming to seek you." It's not known whether that was true. "And I, sir, I had no notion of seeking you." "Fie, don't be haughty. I bear no malice." "Egad, sir, that's kind in you." Harry sneered and pushed on. Colonel Boyce linked arms with him. "Why, what's the matter? You went off with the honours. Odds heart, you left us like a pair of whipped dogs." "You've to thank yourself for that, sir, not me." "No, zounds, you did very well. I profess I was proud of you, Harry." "Then I have to envy you." Colonel Boyce laughed. "You play that game well, you know. But sure, you need not play it all the time." "No, but I never knew you could put on such an air, Harry. You carried it off à merveille. My lord was a whipper-snapper to you. I allow you were a thought too free of your wit." "It's a young man's fault, but in the main you were admirable." "You make me uneasy," Harry said. "I hoped that I had quarrelled with you." "Oh Lord, Harry, why be so bitter? You have won, and sure you can afford to be civil. You have beat me and broken as pretty a plot as ever I knew. Why the devil should you snarl at me?" They were now turning into Long Acre, and the coming storm had already brought darkness. Harry stopped and freed himself from his father's arm. "If you please, we'll have no more of this. I've no will to make an enemy of you. But if you seek to be friends, enemies we must be." "Why then, Harry, you are not so mad as to declare Jacobite now? It's a lost cause, boy. There's not a thing in it but noble hole and corner work, and not a guinea for your pains." "You! Aye, now we have it." Harry laughed. "You want to be in my secrets." "Sir, I'm obliged to you, and by your leave I'll discontinue your company." "I swear I wish you nothing but well," his father cried. "Dear sir, it's your good wishes that I dread. Pray cut me off without a blessing." He waved his hand to his father and strode off. For a moment Colonel Boyce looked after him, shrugged, went his way. So Harry walked along upon his danger. He was near the tavern. He was passing the end of a court. From the blackness there, men rushed upon him. They managed it well. He was almost borne down by the first onset, but hearing something in time, seeing a glimmer of steel, he swung aside and staggered back into the kennel, slashing at them with his stick. They were borne past him by their vehemence, but he carried no sword, and their swords were all about him. There was no hope. 2 blades seared through his body, and he fell. Colonel Boyce heard the clatter of ash and steel, and turned at his leisure to look. It was a moment before he made out Harry in the midst of the melee. Then he shouted of help and threats and ran on with ready sword. He came too late. Harry was down and the dripping blades again at his body. Colonel Boyce had one fellow pinked before they were aware. The others bore upon him furiously, and he was hard beset. He made a good fight. It's the best thing in his life. He understood the sword, and they were but hackers and hewers. They were in a mad hurry to finish him, and he had a perfect calm. But he was hampered and overborne. He would not give ground for fear of more thrusts into the body at his feet, and they closed upon him, and he could not break them. But now doors were opening and heads out of windows. From Harry's tavern a man came at a run. As Colonel Boyce reeled back with a point caught in his shoulder, gripping at the blade and thrusting at empty air, another sword shot into the fight. One man went down upon Harry's body. The other three broke off and bolted down the court by which they had come. "Canaille," says the deliverer mildly, and plucked at the cloak of the man he had overthrown to wipe his sword. "Is that a friend of yours underneath, sir?" "Egad, they have tickled me," quoth Colonel Boyce, feeling at his shoulder. "Pray lend me your hand, sir." The deliverer looked him over without much sympathy. "And egad, it's the ancient Boyce," he said. "Oh, you'll survive, mon vieux. Who is this in the mud?" He rolled his own victim, who groaned effusively, off Harry's body. "It's the boy, mordieu!" he cried. "In effect, Captain McBean, it's the boy," says Colonel Boyce, who was trying to fix a pad of handkerchief on his own wound. McBean was down on his knees beside Harry, handling him gently. "Twice through the body, by God," says he. "What does this mean, Boyce? Damme, did you set your fellows on him?" "I am not an imbecile," Colonel Boyce said fiercely, stared at McBean and laughed his contempt. Then, with another manner, he turned to the little crowd which was mustered. "Bring me a shutter, good lads. We've a gentleman here, much hurt, and some of you call the watch." McBean rose with bloody hands. "He has it, I believe," he muttered. "Hark in your ear, Boyce. If this is your work, I'll see you dead, by God I will." "Oh, damn your folly," says Colonel Boyce. "I struck in to help him. I know nothing who the knaves were. Your own tail, maybe." "Aye, aye," McBean looked at him queerly. "You would say that. Well, maybe this rogue can speak. He groans loud enough." Down he dropped again by his victim to cry out, "Ben, you filthy rogue, Ben, who a plague set you to this business?" "Oh, you've found a friend then?" Colonel Boyce sneered. The man who groaned was Harry's old friend, Ben, the fat highwayman of the North Road. He rolled his eyes and made hoarse, grievous noises. "Captain, Lord love you, Captain, I didn't know you was in it. Oh, gad, and you have been the death of me." "I shall be if you lie," quoth McBean. "You rogue, who set you on Mr. Boyce?" "How would I know he was a friend of yours? 'Twas a squire out of Hornsey, Squire Waverton of Tetherden, paying handsome to have him downed. Oh, gad, Captain, don't be hard. I have had no luck since you turned me off." Now the constables came running up, and Colonel Boyce turned to them. "He and some others which have escaped stabbed my son who lies there. I am Colonel Boyce at the Blue House in St. Martin's Lane." The wretched Ben was haled off, groaning. Harry, lifeless, still and bleeding for all McBean's work, they lifted and carried away to his father's lodging. "What's your Waverton in this, sir?" says Mr. McBean. The silly gentleman wanted Harry's wife. "Egad, I never thought he had so much gall in him." "I believe I'll be letting some of it out," says McBean. "You'll be pleased to leave that to me," quoth Colonel Boyce. McBean looked up at him oddly. "Ventre bleu, I wonder if I'll make you my apologies." Have you bowels after that, sir? You're impertinent. If you like," McBean cocked a wicked eye at him, "you concern yourself with the affairs of my family. I resent it, Captain McBean." "I believe you, mon vieux. You have done me a notable service to night, and I am ready to forget the older injuries, your ill offices with my son. Let us call quits and part, sir." "It won't do," said McBean with a grin. "What now, sir?" "I must know how Harry does, and make sure that he has the best there is for him. Surgery and friends. He will need both, sound and sure." "Be satisfied. I shall well provide him." Captain McBean shook his head. "Damn your infernal impudence." Colonel Boyce's temper gave way. "Odds life, sir, this is infamous. You put upon me that I would mishandle my own son as he lies wounded and near death. I shall murder him, I suppose. You had that against me before. Shall I rob him too, or torture him, maybe? This is raving. Carry it where you will, I'll none of it. You may go." End of part 8. Part 9 of The Highwayman by H.C. Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Fie, what a heat," says McBean placidly. They were now come to Colonel Boyce's lodging, and he bade the bearers take Harry up to his own room. "I sent a brisk lad for Rolfe," says McBean. "I could but stop the blood. He'll be here soon enough. It's but a step to Chancery Lane. He knows more of wounds than any man in the town." Colonel Boyce was for a moment speechless. "I shall send for Dr. Radcliffe and Sir Samuel Garth," says he majestically. "I wish you good night, sir." "I believe they have sense enough to do no harm," said McBean. "And now, Boyce, a word with you. Not in the street." "I don't desire it, sir," which McBean answered by passing in front of him into the house. Colonel Boyce came after, fuming. "Egad, sir, you presume upon my wound," he cried. "You, not I. Patch yourself up, and I'll meet you at your convenience. There's more urgent matter. When the boy comes to himself, if ever he comes to himself, I must have speech of him." Colonel Boyce, who now completely commanded himself, had grown very pale. "You have gone too far, Captain McBean. I desired to forget that I have you in my power. You force me to use it. If you thrust yourself upon me, I shall have you arrested as a traitor." McBean flushed. "Odso, then there is some villainy of yours in the affair. Devil take you, I have a mind to finish you now, a wounded man as you are." He had his hand on his sword. "Will you go, sir?" "Not I. If you ha' murdered him, you—" He slapped his sword home again. "No, mordieu, I can't touch you so. And you may meddle with me if you dare." "Oh, you have a great devotion to the boy," Captain Boyce sneered with pallid lips. "You would have him deeper dipped in your mad treasons? I think you have done him harm enough." He struck his bell. "Harm?" McBean cried. "Is it harm? You that begat him for the heir to your damned infamy? You have soured him with your husk of a soul and your cold cunning. You that made a dirt heap of his life to suit your muddling need. You—" But Colonel Boyce swayed in his seat and fell sideways, fainting. A moment McBean surveyed him as if he thought this too a trick. Then, "Ventrebleu," says he, "here's Providence takes a hand," and he whistled, and it is not to be denied that he looked covetously at the cabinet which held Colonel Boyce's papers. "The poor old devil," he said with a shrug. "He grows old, in fact." I suppose there's more blood in his shirt now than his damned body." And he knelt down and began to feel about the wound. He was at that when a woman announced the surgeon. "Mr. Rolfe? Never more welcome. Here's old Colonel Boyce with a hole in his shoulder, and young Mr. Boyce with 2 holes through and through. A street brawl. Pray go up, sir. The lad's in bad case." "Faith, it's Captain McBean," says Rolfe, a brisk big man, as they shook hands. "What have you to do with Noll Boyce?" "A friend of the family," says McBean. "Away with you to the lad." And he knelt again and ministered to the unconscious Colonel. "A friend of the family, old gentleman," says he with a grin. CHAPTER XXIX. Alison kneels. So all this while Alison lacked an answer to her letter. She fretted at the delay. She grew angry soon, but it does not appear that she allowed herself any new pique against Harry. She was angry with circumstance, with herself, and something much more than angry with Mr. Waverton. It was detestable of Geoffrey to dare spy and plot against Harry, intolerable in him to suppose that she would favour the villainy. But she had been a fool and worse to give him any chance of insulting her so. And yet she might have hoped that her letter, sure she had been humble enough in it, that her letter would bring Harry back in a hurry. It was maddening that some trick of circumstance should have kept it from him or him from her, for she had no notion that he would read the letter and toss it aside or delay to come. There was nothing petty about Mr. Harry, no spite, nothing of the woman in him, thank God. What had happened that he gave her no answer? For certain the letter had gone safely to the tavern. She could be sure of her servant. Harry was living at the tavern. The people there gave assurance of that. It was strange that he made no sign. The servant, indeed, had waited for an answer late into the night and seen nothing of him. Perhaps he had discovered Geoffrey's spies and gone into hiding. It would be like Geoffrey to devise some mighty cunning villainy and so manage it that it was futile. Perhaps Harry really was at some secret politics, captured again by his father and sent off to France, or too deep in some matter of danger to show himself. Perhaps 1,000 things, so that she made no doubt of Harry. He would not deny her when she came seeking him. She had no fear either. Her nature could not imagine perils or disasters. There was too proud a force in her life for her to admit a dread of being defeated. Her man must live and be safe, because she needed him. Harry could not fail her, but she was desperately impatient. She wanted him every instant, and even more she wanted to stand before him and accuse herself, confess herself. For the truth is that Geoffrey Waverton had profoundly affected her. When she found Geoffrey daubing her with patronizing congratulations, when he dared to claim her as ally in mean tricks against her husband, she discovered that she must be miserably in the wrong. Approved by Geoffrey, annexed, used by Geoffrey. Faith, she must have sunk very low before he could dare venture so with her. She received illumination. She saw herself in the wrong first and last, the sole sufficient cause of their catastrophe. A petty, mean creature, snarling and spiteful and passionate for trivialities, just like Geoffrey, just such a creature as she hated most. Pride and honour instantly demanded that she must seek Harry, indict herself, and read her recantation. She needed that, longed for it, and to satisfy herself, not him. It is possible she then began to love. So monsieur must be found instantly, instantly. When she thought of all her tale of sins, she must needs think also of Mrs. Weston. Poor Weston had enough against her too. Weston, his mother. It still seemed almost incredible that poor grey Puritan Weston should be mother to Harry. But if she was indeed, she might know something of him. At least, it would be good to make peace with her again. It was necessary. And so on the day that Harry fell, Mrs. Alison marched off to the little cottage behind the High Street. It was a room that opened straight from the path, and it seemed very full. Susan was sitting there, who was now Susan Hadley. Her fair placidity admitted no surprise. She smiled and said, "Alison!" Mrs. Weston stood up in a queer frozen fluster. "What do you need, ma'am?" says she. "Oh, Weston, dear, don't take me so," Alison cried, and she edged her way between the little table and the stiff chairs, holding out her hands. Mrs. Weston flushed. "Your servant, ma'am," says she with a curtsy, but she ignored the hands. Then Susan stood up. "I must go, I believe." She smiled and bent to offer one fair cheek to Mrs. Weston. The other was then given to Alison. She smiled upon them both benignly and made for the door. "Susan, you'll dine with me to morrow?" Alison put in. "Oh, Mr. Hadley will be at home." "But of course you bring him." "Thank you then." The door shut behind her, and the room was larger. "I can't tell why you have come," says Mrs. Weston tremulously. "To say I was wrong and I'm sorry. Oh, Weston, dear, to say I have been a peevish, wicked fool." Mrs. Weston sat down again. "Where is Harry?" she said. "I have writ to him to beg him come back to me." "I'm asking you to come back to us." "You? Where is he?" "Ah, you don't know then." "I have not seen him since he left your house." "He has been living in a tavern in the Long Acre." "I have made sure of that, and I wrote to him there. But he has not answered me. He does not answer me. I can't tell if he has gone away." "Where is his father?" Mrs. Weston asked quickly. "His father? Colonel Boyce? Oh, Weston, Colonel Boyce is his father then?" "Did you come to pry?" Mrs. Weston flushed. "I do not deserve that," Alison said, and then very gently, "Oh, my dear, but I have been cruel enough to you." "It's very well," Mrs. Weston said faintly. "Where is Colonel Boyce?" "I know nothing. Does it matter, Weston dear? He cannot help us to Harry." "I am afraid of him. Oh, it's all wrong, maybe. I am so weak and stupid. But I'm afraid what he may do with Harry." "Indeed, I think Mr. Harry can keep his head even against Colonel Boyce," Alison smiled. "His head?" Mrs. Weston looked puzzled. "I don't mean that, I believe. I am afraid he may win Harry to be like himself. He is so clever and dazzling, and he is full of wickedness. He cares for nothing but his own will and to have power. When I saw him so friendly with Harry, I thought I should have died." "My poor Weston," Alison said gently. "But I am not afraid of that. Mr. Harry won't be dazzled." "You dazzled him." "Oh, and I am full of wickedness too?" Alison laughed. "Dear, forgive me. No, but you are strong and hard as his father was." Alison drew in her breath. "I shall teach you not to call me that, Weston," she said. "And Harry, well, Harry shall find me for him." There was silence for a while, and Alison watched with new emotions the tired, wistful face. "Weston, dear, I want you to come back to me. I want Mr. Harry to find you with me when he comes home." Mrs. Weston cried out. "He does not know who I am," in anxious fear, and clutched at Alison's hand. "No, indeed, but he loves you already, I think." "But I do not want him to know," Mrs. Weston cried. I was not married to Colonel Boyce." "Weston, dear," Alison pressed the hand. "I lived at Kingston. My father reared us strictly. He was harsh. I think that was because my mother died so young. Mr. Boyce, he was a gentleman in the Blues then, and very fine, much gayer than Harry and more handsome. He used to ride out to Hampton Court to an old cousin of his who had a charge at the palace. He met me one day by the river. I don't know why he set himself upon me. I was never much to his taste, I think. But I thought him the most wonderful man in the world. I let him do what he would with me. I don't blame him for that. He never promised me anything. In a while he grew tired. Then Harry came. My father could not forgive me. Afterwards they said that I had killed him. Harry was born. I lay very still, and they believed that I should die. I never knew whether it was my father or my brother sent for Mr. Boyce. My brother boasted afterwards that it was he made him relieve them of the baby. And I did not die, you know. When I began to be well again, my baby was gone. My father lay dying then. He would not see me. My brother was the head of the family, and I could not stay there. I tried to find Mr. Boyce, but he had left the regiment. He had gone to Holland, they said, after the Duke of Monmouth. I could do nothing, and my brother had told me that Mr. Boyce would soon find a way to be rid of my baby. I believed that he had. I never saw Harry again till you know. I never saw his father till that day at Lady Waverton's. He told me afterwards that he had said to him I was dying, and he supposed me dead. I believe that is true. He would not have troubled himself with the child else." "Oh, Weston, dear," Alison murmured, and caressed her. Mrs. Weston pushed back the hair from her wrinkled brow. "Mr. Boyce promised me that Harry need know nothing of me now. I do not know if he has kept his word about that." "There's nothing about Harry that is not safe with me," Alison said. "Oh, my dear, now I know where Harry has his strength from and his gentleness." Mrs. Weston looked at her in a puzzled fashion. "I wonder what he is doing now," she said wearily. "I think I have told you everything, Alison. Oh, your father was very kind to me. When I did not know what to do, I had no money left, they gave me £5. I went to him. He used to come to my father's house, you know, when he had business in Kingston. He used to go all over the country about his trading. My father said he was a godless man, but he was always kind to me. I told him everything. He took me into his house, and indeed I did not know where to go for food. I was your mother's servant while she lived, but I think she doubted me. Your father never told her anything, and but she let me be." "Oh, Weston, Weston," Alison said. "And you have spent all your life caring for me." "There was nothing else to do. But I was glad to do that." She looked at the girl with strange, puzzled, wistful eyes, and saw Alison's eyes full of tears. She put out her hand shyly, awkwardly, and touched Alison's cheek. Alison smiled, laughed with a sob in her voice. "It is a long while since I cried," she said, and put her arms round Mrs. Weston and laid her head on Mrs. Weston's bosom and cried indeed. Mrs. Weston held her close. "Alison, but this isn't like you." "Indeed it is," Alison sobbed. CHAPTER 30 Emotions by Mr. Waverton. You behold Mr. Waverton exhibiting a high impatience. He was alone in the best room of the Peacock at Islington, a well-looking place after its severe old oak fashion. Disordered food upon the table showed that Mr. Waverton had been trying to eat with little success. Mr. Waverton's hat upon one chair, his whip upon another, and his cloak tumbled inelegantly over a third, proved that he was not himself. Mr. Weston had, for he was born to treat his clothes with respect. Mr. Waverton would be jumping up to look out of the window, flounce down again in his chair to drink wine, and stare with profound meaning at the table, start up and stride to the hearth and glower down at its emptiness, and repeat the motions in a different order. He must be theatrical even without an audience. But he had some excuse for his uneasiness. It was the evening of his conversation with my Lord Sunderland, and that fiasco had stimulated him, you know, to a grand exploit. He was waiting for news of it. The twilight darkened early. Mr. Waverton pushed the window open wider and leaned out only to come in again in a hurry, as if he were afraid of being seen. The room was close, and he wiped his large brow and flung himself down and drank. There was a dull sound of thunder rolling far away. In a little while came the beat of rain, slow, big drops. That was soon over. Then lightning stabbed into the room, and the storm broke. Candles were brought to Mr. Waverton's petulant appeal, and an excited maid-servant bustled and blundered over clearing his table with pious invocations at each thunderclap. She fretted Mr. Waverton, who admonished her and made her worse. Upon him and her there came a man cloaked from heel to eye, streaming rain from every angle. He shook a shower from his hat. "Hell, what a night," says he, breathless. "Save you, squire." "Begone, girl, begone, I say. Odds life, leave us, do you hear?" says Mr. Waverton in much agitation. "Bring us a noggin of rum, Sucky darling," says the wet gentleman, dragging himself out of his sodden cloak. He flung it upon Mr. Waverton's. "Run, girl," says Mr. Waverton in a terrible voice. "Go, you fool." He advanced upon her, and she stopped gaping and got herself out with a great clatter of crockery. "Od burn and blast it, I want it," says the wet gentleman, and collapsed into a chair. "I believe you, squire. I want it." "What is the news with you?" Mr. Waverton said. "Odds bones, how you got the megs?" "The megs, I say. Oh, rot you, the ready. The 100 guineas." "Is it done then?" Mr. Waverton's voice dropped. "Out with the coal, burn you." Mr. Waverton put a bag of money down on the table. The man snatched at it, tore it open, and began to count. "Is it done, Ned, I say?" Mr. Waverton cried. Ned showed some broken teeth. "I believe you, by God. He has it. He's dead meat. 2 irons through and through his guts." Mr. Waverton flung back in his chair. "How then?" he said in a low voice. "Ned, was it in a fight? You brought him into a fight?" Ned went on counting the guineas, and sometimes tried one in his yellow teeth. "Oh, have done with that," Mr. Waverton cried. "They came straight from my goldsmith, man. Tell me, you said you would force a fight on him. Did he?" "Lay your life," Ned grinned. "There was a fight, sure. Old Ben knows that, by God." Aye, you're fond of fighting, ain't you, squire?" "I fight with gentlemen, sirrah," says Mr. Waverton. "For such base rogues as this fellow I must provide otherwise." "Provide my breeches," says Ned coarsely, and swept up his money. "Where's that damned rum?" "You may take it in the tap." Mr. Waverton rose. Nay, she'll bring it." "Nay. But, Ned, how did he take it?" "Rot you, how would you take an iron in your gizzard?" "He said nothing?" "Now, stap me, do you think we waited for him to say his prayers?" "Prayers," says Mr. Waverton grandly, "they would little avail him." "Well, now, burn me, you're a saint yourself, ain't you?" The rum arrived, and the servant, with frightened eyes upon the bedraggled Ned, went stumbling out of the room again. "You are impertinent, sirrah," says Mr. Waverton. The fellow well deserved his end. I may tell you that I was advised to deal with him thus privately by a noble lord in high place. Then it's worth more than 100 megs. You have your pay, I believe. I am satisfied with you." "Damn your airs," says Ned, but something awed by this parade. "Well, I must quit." "It is better," Mr. Waverton agreed. "Oh, there was a letter for my gentleman at his tavern. We pouched that while we were waiting for him. Do you care for it? It's a pretty tender thing. I reckon it's cheap for another 5 pieces." "You are a scoundrel," said Mr. Waverton, and tossed another guinea on the table. "Pot to you," says Ned, but slapped down the letter. "Well, I'll march. Maybe you'll have some more in my way. I won't forget you, squire." And out he went. Mr. Waverton, left alone, fingered the letter contemptuously. His great mind was indeed possessed by thoughts of victory. He had hated Harry rarely, with the chief count in his enmity that Harry was a low fellow, hireling, menial. He could have borne defeat with some grace. He might even have sought no revenge for being made ridiculous if the offender had been of a higher station than his own. But such insolence from a pauper! The fellow must needs be crushed like an insect. Only such ignominious extinction could satisfy Mr. Waverton's dignity. He inclined to despise himself for a shadow of human concern about the manner of Harry's death. Faith, it was an extravagance of chivalry to desire that the rogue should have had a chance to fight, that generous chivalry which had ever been his bane. He felt nothing but exultation at the issue. The wretched creature had been properly punished, stamped out by knaves of his own class in a vulgar street brawl. A dirty hole and a corner end. Egad, my lord was very right. These petty, shabby knaves should be dealt with privately. Mr. Waverton found revenge very sweet. So Mr. Harry Boyce had gone to his account, and Alison was happily delivered. Dear child. Mr. Waverton felt a pleasant warmth of heroism steal over him, felt himself a knight errant, rescuing his lady from the powers of darkness. Dear Alison. She was free now. To be sure, she need not be told the manner of the deliverance. That would be an outrage on her delicacy. Enough for her that the cunning wretch who had cozened her was dead, and she a happy widow. She had but to show a pretty penitence, and Mr. Waverton proposed to be magnanimous. The prospect much pleased him. He saw himself grandly accepting her, permitting her to be very tender, wittily but with a touch of magnificence, restraining her from too much humility. He came out of his golden dream in the end, and was conscious again of the letter, and sneered at it. A nasty, infected thing, to be sure, damp and filthy from Ned's handling. What was it the fellow said? A tender composition? Bah, some blowsy paramour of the knave, Boyce. But perhaps it would be well that Alison should know that the fellow had paramours in his own class. She ought to be made to feel how low she had sunk by yielding to him. Mr. Waverton opened the letter and saw Alison's writing. Mr. Boyce, I desire that you would come to me at Highgate. I have to-day heard from Geoffrey Waverton what you must instantly know, and the truth is I cannot be content till I speak with you. But I would not have you come for this my asking. Pray believe it is urgent for us both that we meet, and I do require it of you, not desiring of you what you may have no mind to, but to be honest with you, and lest that should befall which I hope you would not have me bear. Signed, A. Mr. Waverton read with swelling eyes. It was a little while before the meaning came home to him. He was never quick. Then, a sin to which he was not prone, he used oaths. The treacherous, besotted woman! She was still craving for her shabby lover, then. She offered a fair face to her too generous, too faithful Mr. Waverton, only to obtain his confidence and betray him again. Egad, she was too base. Rotten at the very heart of her. Why, some women must lust after a low common fellow, as dogs after dirt. So she would have saved her Boyce from his master's punishment. Mr. Waverton laughed. She would have had him back in her arms again? Mr. Waverton continued to laugh. But faith, she went too far when she tried to trick Mr. Waverton a second time. Much she had gained by her treachery. Her fine husband was out of reach now. It would be a pleasure to advise her of his death. Nay, faith, a duty. The miserable creature had been saved from herself. She must be shown that, oh, delicately, with something of a cold grandeur, a touch of irony maybe, but always in a lofty manner, as became one who moved upon heights far above her grovelling soul. Mr. Waverton, for all his high irony, rode back home through the dregs of the storm very furiously. Chapter 31 Captain McBean takes horse. Captain McBean, healthily red and brown, showed no sign of having been out of bed all night. From cold water and a razor in his own lodgings, he came back at a round pace to St. Martin's Lane. He found his aide, Mr. Mackenzie, taking the air on the doorstep of the Blue House, and rebuked him. "I bade ye bide with the lad, Donald. The surgeon has him in hand, sir. Tiens, he's a brisk fellow, that Rolfe. I'm thinking Mr. Boyce will need him. Eh, is there anything new?" "I would not say so. But he's sore hurt, and I'm thinking he takes it hard." "Aye, you're the devil of a thinker, Donald." Captain McBean grinned. "And the Colonel, has he made a noise?" "He's in the way of calling for liquors, but he's peaceable, the women say. You'll go get your breakfast and be back again, and bring O'Connor with you. I'll hope to need the two of you." Captain McBean relieved guard on the doorstep till the surgeon came down. "I'm obliged to you, Mr. Rolfe. What do you make of him?" "Egad, Captain, you're devoted. Why, the old gentleman has put in for some fever, but I doubt he will do well enough. Be sure of it. What of the young one?" Mr. Rolfe pursed his lip. "Faith, there's no more amiss, but why, he was hard hit, I grant you, but you might take the young one for the old one. Do you follow me? The lad hath no vigour in him." McBean nodded. "I'll be talking to him, by your leave." "Odds life, I would not talk long. I don't like it, Captain, and there's the truth. Go easy with him. I will be here again to day." Captain McBean went up to the room where Harry lay as white as his pillows. A woman was feeding him out of a cup. "You made it damn salt, your broth," says Harry in a feeble disgust. "'Tis what you lack. Look you." Captain McBean sat himself on the bed and took the cup and waved the woman off. "'Tis the natural hail salinity and the sanguineous part, which you lose by a wound, and for lack of it you are thus faint. Therefore we do ever administer great possets of salt to the wounded, and pickle me before I be dead," says Harry. "Be hanged to your jargon." "You'll take another sup, my lad, if I hold your long nose to it, and you may suck your orange after." Harry made a wry face, swallowed a mouthful, and lay back out of breath. After a while, "You were here all night, weren't you?" he said. "I am body physician to the family of Boyce, mon brave. My father has a hole in his shoulder, praise God, and a damned paternal temper. He will do well enough." "How do you come into it?" McBean grinned. "Who were they?" "I am here to talk to you, mon cher." "You will not talk to me, for it is disintegrating to your tissues. Allons, compose yourself and attend. Now I come into it, if you please, out of gratitude. Mr. Boyce, I have it in command from his Majesty to present you with his thanks for very gallant and faithful service." "Oh, the boy got off then?" "King James is returned to France, sir," says McBean with dignity. "Look'ee, tie up your tongue. His Majesty charged me to put this in your hands and to advise you that he would never have in memory your resource and spirit and your loyalty. Which I do with great satisfaction, Mr. Boyce." Harry fingered a pretty toy of a watch circled with diamonds and wrought with a monogram in diamonds and sapphires. "Poor lad," says he. "It's his own piece and was his father's, I believe. Pardieu, sir, there's many will envy you." Harry's head went back on his pillows. "It's a queer taste." "Mr. Boyce, you may count upon it that when his Majesty is established in power, he will have as bad a memory as the rest of his family." "Bah, what does it matter? You are talking of the millennium." "You will talk, will you?" says McBean. "I'll gag you, mon Dieu, if you answer me back again. Come, sirrah, you know the king better. He's a noble, generous lad. So leave the Whiggish sneers to your father. So much for that. Now, mon ami, you have put me under a great obligation. It was a rare piece of work, and, to be frank, I did not think you had it in you. But I did count upon you as a gentleman of high honour, and pardieu, I count myself very fortunate I applied to you. I speak for my party, Mr. Boyce, when I thank you and promise you any service of mine." Harry mumbled something like, "Damn your eloquence." But McBean was not to be put off. "You will like to know that the king, when he was quit of Marlborough, egad, the old villain hath been a gentleman in this business, made straight for me and was instant that I should concern myself for you. I held it my first duty to get his Majesty out of the country. Between ourselves, I was never in love with his plan of palace trickery and Madame Anne. But the thing was offered us, and we could not show the white feather. Bien, his Majesty took assurance from Marlborough of your safety, so I had no great alarm for you. I could not be aware of your private feuds. But now, mordieu, I make them my own. I promise you it touches me nearly that you should be hacked down, and egad, before my eyes." Harry tried to raise himself and said eagerly, "Who was in it? Who were they?" Captain McBean responded with some more of the salt broth. "Now, I'll confess that I had some doubts of your father. As soon as I were back in London, I made haste to find you. I was waiting at that tavern of yours when I heard the scuffle. You were down before I reached you. And there was your father fighting across you most heroical. Faith, I did not know the old gentleman had it in him. He had pinked one, I believe, but he is slow, and they were too many for him. He took it badly in the shoulder as I came, but they were not workmen. I put one out at the first thrust, and the rogues would not stand. I tickled one in the arm as he ran, but missed the sinew in his fat. So it ended. Now I'll confess I did the old gentleman a wrong. I guessed the business might be one of his damned superfine plots. It would be like him to have you finished while he made a brag of fighting for you. But I was wrong. Mordieu, I believe he has a kindness for you, Harry." "What?" says Harry, startled by the name. "Oh, mon ami, you must let me be kindly too. Egad, you command my emotions, sir. No, the old gentleman hath his humanity. He would have died for you, Harry, and faith, he is so rheumatic he nearly did. No, it was not he played this damned game. Who d'ye think it was that I put on his back? That rascal Ben. You remember Ben of the North Road? I put the villain to the question who set him on you. Bien, he was hired to it by that fine fellow Waverton." "Geoffrey!" Harry gasped. "Even so. Now, Harry, what has Master Geoffrey Waverton against you? If he wanted to murder your father, I could understand it. That affair at Pontoise is matter enough for a life or two, though he should take it gentlemanly. But why must he murder you?" "I am not dead yet," said Harry, and his mouth set. Captain McBean laughed. "Not by 50 year," and he contemplated Harry's pale, drawn face with benign approval. "But why does Mr. Waverton want you dead now?" "That's my affair," said Harry. "Enfin," Captain McBean shrugged, with a twist of the lip and a cock of the eye. "Is there more of that broth?" says Harry. Captain McBean administered it. "I go get another cup, Harry." He nodded and went out. His two aides, Mackenzie and O'Connor, were waiting below. "Donald, go up. The same orders. None but Rolfe is to come to him. Without you, stand by. And shorten your damned long face, if you can. Patrick, we take horse." CHAPTER 32 Perplexities of Captain McBean. Captain McBean and Mr. O'Connor halted steaming horses before the door of Tetherdown. The butler announced that Mr. Waverton had gone out, and then, impressed by the evidence of haste and the martial elegance of McBean, suggested that my lady might receive the gentleman. "How? The animal has a mother?" says Monsieur McBean in French, and shrugged and beckoned the butler closer. "Now, my friend, could you make a guess where I should look for Mr. Waverton?" And money passed. "Sir, Mr. Waverton rides over sometimes to the hall at Highgate, Mrs. Boyce's house." The butler looked knowing. "Mrs. Boyce? Hey, is that Colonel Boyce's lady?" The butler smiled discreetly. "No, sir, to be sure. Young Boyce. Young Mr. Boyce, sir." Captain McBean wheeled round in such a hurry that the butler was almost overthrown. They clattered off. It was not till they were riding through the wood that McBean spoke. "Patrick, my man, would you say that Harry Boyce is the man to marry wisely and well?" "Faith, I believe he would not be doing anything wisely. That same is his charm." "Tiens, it begins now to be ugly. Why must the boy be married at all? Mon Dieu." "It will be in his nature," says O'Connor, "and likely to a shrew." "If that were all, bah, they shall have no satisfaction in it. But no more will I." There were at the hall two women who had almost become calm by mingling their distress and their tears. It's believed that they slept in each other's arms, and slept well enough. In the morning another messenger was sent off to the Long Acre Tavern. If he came back with no news, it was agreed they should move into town. They said no more of their fears. Each had some fancy that she was putting on a brave face for the other's sake. There is no doubt that they found the stress easier to bear for consciousness of each other's endurance. So Mr. Hadley and his Susan were received by an atmosphere of gentle peace. Much to Mr. Hadley's surprise, who would complain that venture into Alison's house was much like a post over against the Irish Brigade, for a man never knew how she would break out upon him, but could count upon it that she would be harassing. "We are so glad," says Susan. "She loves to march her prisoner through the town. It's a simple brutish taste." "Oh, I am so, I believe," says Susan, and contemplated Mr. Hadley with placid satisfaction. "She is too honest for you, Mr. Hadley," Alison said. "Oh Lud, yes, ma'am. The mass of her overwhelms me, and it's all plain virtue. A heavy, solemn thing. Look you, Susan, you embarrass madame with your revelations. It is curious. He is always ill at ease when I am with him. Because you make me tedious, child." "That's your vanity, Mr. Hadley." Alison tried to keep in tune with them. "Look you, Susan, I am cashiered by marriage. Once I was Charles, now I am without honour." "Mr. Geoffrey Waverton," quoth the butler. Alison's hand went to her breast and she was white. "Dear Geoffrey," Mr. Hadley murmured. "I do not know when last I saw dear Geoffrey," and he turned a sardonic face to the door. Susan leaned forward. "Alison, dear, if you choose," she began in a whisper. "Sit still," Alison muttered. "Stay, stay." Mr. Waverton came in with measured pomp, stopped short and surveyed the company, and at last made his bow. "Madame, your most obedient. I fear that I come untimely." Alison could not find her voice, so it was Mr. Hadley who answered. "Lord, Geoffrey, dear, you're never out of season. Like mutton." "I give Mrs. Hadley joy," says Geoffrey. Such wit must be rare company. Alison was staring at him. "You have something to say to me? You may speak out. There are no secrets here." "Is it so, faith? Egad, what friendship! But you have always been fortunate. And in fact, I bring you news of more fortune. You are free of your Mr. Boyce, ma'am. You are done with him. He has been picked up dead." He smiled at Alison. Alison white and still and dumb. Mrs. Weston gave a cry and fell back in her chair, and her fingers plucked at her dress. Mr. Hadley strode across and stood very close to Geoffrey. "Take care," says he in a low voice. "Well, tell all your story," Alison said. "They found him lying in the kennel in Long Acre." Geoffrey smiled. "Oh, there was some brawl, it seems. He was set upon by his tavern cronies in a quarrel about a wench he had. A very proper end." "Geoffrey, you are a cur," says Mr. Hadley in his ear. "You are lying," Alison cried. Mr. Waverton laughed and waved his hand. "Oh, ma'am, you are a chameleon. The other day you desired nothing better than monsieur's demise. Now at the news of it you grow venomous. I vow I cannot keep pace with your changes. I must withdraw from your intimacy. 'Tis too exacting for my poor vigour. Madame, your most humble." "Not yet," Alison cried. "Let him go, ma'am," Mr. Hadley broke in sharply. "Go home, sirrah. You'll not wait long before you hear from me." "From which hand?" Geoffrey flicked at the empty sleeve. "Nay, faith, it suits madame well. The left-handed champion." Mr. Hadley turned on his heel. "Pray, ma'am, leave us. This is become my affair." "I have not done with him yet," Alison said. But the door was opened for the servant to say, "Captain Hector McBean, Mr. Patrick O'Connor," and with a clank of spurs and something of a military swagger, the little man and the long man marched in. Captain McBean swept a glance round the room. "So," says he with satisfaction, and made a right guess at Alison. "Mrs. Boyce, I am necessitated to present myself. Captain McBean." "What, more champions?" Geoffrey laughed. "Oh, ma'am, you have too general a charity. My sympathy is in your way." And he made his bow and was going off. "Mordieu, you relieve me marvellously," says McBean, and O'Connor put his back against the door. Mr. Waverton waved O'Connor aside. "You'll be Mr. Waverton?" says O'Connor. "Odds life, sir, stand out of my way." But O'Connor laughed, and McBean tapped the magnificent shoulder. Mr. Waverton swung round. "Hark in your ear," says McBean. "You're a lewd, cowardly scoundrel, Mr. Waverton." Mr. Waverton glared at him, stepped back and turned on Alison. "Pray, ma'am, control your bullies. I desire to leave your house." "Let him be, sir." Alison stood up. "Leave us, if you please. I have to speak with him." "You have not." McBean frowned. "The affair is out of your hands. Come, sir, march. There's a pretty piece of turf beyond the gates. Your friend there may serve you." "Not I, sir," Mr. Hadley put in. "I have myself a meeting to require of Mr. Waverton." "So? I like the air here better and better, pardieu. Well, Mr. Waverton, we'll even walk out alone. Your bluster won't serve you, sirrah. If you be a gentleman, which you make incredible, you may proceed in order, and I'll consider if I may do you the honour to meet you." "Gentleman? Bah, I am Hector McBean, captain in Bouffier's regiment. Come, sir, now are you warmer?" He struck Mr. Waverton across the eyes. Mr. Waverton, drawing back, turned again upon Alison. "My God, did you bring your bullies here to murder me?" "I did not bid you here," Alison said. "Lâche," says Mr. O'Connor with a shrug. En fait," says McBean, and sat down. "Observe, Waverton, I have given you the chance to take a clean death. You have not the courage for it. Tant mieux. You may now hang." Mr. Waverton again made a move for the door, but Mr. O'Connor stood solidly in the way. "Attention, Waverton. You have bungled your business as usual. Your fellow Ned Boon hath been taken and lies in Newgate. He has confessed that he and his gang were hired for this murder by a certain Geoffrey Waverton." "It is a lie. Waverton, I have a whip as well as a sword." "I do not concern myself with you, sir," says Mr. Waverton with dignity. "You are repeating a lesson, I see. But I advise you, I shall not permit myself to be slandered. This fellow Ned Boone, what is his vulgar name? I know nothing of him. If he pretends to any knowledge of me, he lies." "You told me that you had hired men to spy upon Mr. Boyce," Alison said. Mr. Waverton laughed. "Oh, ma'am, I thank you for a flash of honesty. Here's the truth, then. In madam's interest, I had arranged with her that a party of fellows should watch her scurvy husband. She suspected him of various villainies, infidelity, what you will. And, egad, I dare to say she was right. But I have no more concern in it. So you may his back to your employers, Captain what's your name, and advise them that I am not to be bullied. I shall know how to defend myself." Alison came nearer Captain McBean. "Sir, this is a confection of lies. It is true the man told me he was planning a watch on Mr. Boyce, but not of my will. And when I knew, I did instantly give Mr. Boyce warning." "I shall deal with you in good time." McBean frowned. "Dieu de Dieu. I do not excuse you. Attention, Waverton. You lie stupidly. Your bullies, mordieu, blunder in your own style. It would not content them to murder Mr. Boyce. They must have his father too. They could not do their business quietly, nor finish it. The rogue Ben was caught, and the Colonel has only a hole in his shoulder. You may know that he is not the man to forgive you for it. So, Waverton, you have suborned murder and furnished evidence to hang you for it. You must meddle with Colonel Boyce to make sure that his Whiggish party, who hold the government, shall not spare you. You set every Jacobite against you when you struck at Harry. However things go now, there'll be those in power urgent to hang you. Go home and wait till the runners take you off to Newgate. March." Mr. O'Connor opened the door with alacrity. "I am not afraid of you," Waverton cried. "And you, madame, you, the widow, be sure if I am attacked, your loose treachery shall not win you off. What I have done, you know well it was done for you and in commerce with you." Mr. O'Connor took him by the arm. "Don't presume to touch me," he called out, trembling with rage. Mr. O'Connor propelled him out. "I believe Patrick will cut the coat off his back," said McBean pensively, and then laughed a little. He brushed his hand over his face and stood up and marched on Alison. "Now for you," he said. "I beg leave of the company." He made them a bow and waved them out of the room. "Sir, Mr. Boyce?" Mrs. Weston said faintly. "Madame, Mr. Boyce is not dead. He lies wounded. I make no apologies, pardieu. It is imperative to frighten the Waverton out of the country, since he would not stand up to be killed. You, madame," he turned frowning upon Alison, "you must have him no more in your neighbourhood." Alison bent her head. Mr. Hadley came forward. "Captain McBean, you take too much upon yourself." "I'll answer for it at my leisure, sir." "Pray go, Charles," Alison said gently. So they went out, Mrs. Weston upon Susan's arm, and Captain McBean and Alison were left alone, the fierce little lean man stretching every inch of him against her rich beauty. "You do me some wrong, sir," Alison said. "Is it possible?" McBean's chest swelled to the sneer. "Pray, sir, don't scold. It passes me by. Nay, I cannot answer you. I have no defence, I believe. Be sure that you can say nothing to make my hurt worse." "How long shall we go on talking about you, madame?" Alison flushed dark and turned away and muttered something. "What now?" McBean said. In another moment he saw that she was crying. Some satisfaction, perhaps, no pity, softened his stare. She turned, making no pretence to hide her tears. "I beg of you, take me to Mr. Boyce." "I said, madame, Mr. Boyce is not yet dead." The sharp, precise voice spared her nothing. "I do not know whether he will live." Alison gave a choking cry. "I do not know whether he would desire to live." "What do you mean?" A madness of fear, of love perhaps, distorted her face. "You well know. When I rode out this morning I had it in mind to kill the Waverton and conduct you to Mr. Boyce. But I did not guess that Waverton would refuse to be killed like a gentleman, or that I should find you engaged in the rogue's infamy." "But that is his lie." "Ah, you must know that it is a lie. You heard how he turned on me, and his vileness. Bien, you have played fast and loose with him. I allow that. It does not commend you to me, madam." "I'll not bear it," Alison cried wildly. "Oh, sir, you have no right. Mr. Boyce would never endure you should treat me so." "Dieu de Dieu. Would you trade upon Harry's gentleness now?" "Aye, madam, he would not treat you so, mordieu. He would see nothing, know nothing, believe nothing, and let you make a mock of him again. But, if you please, I stand between him and you." "You have no right," Alison muttered. "It is you who have put me there. You, madame, when you played him false with this Waverton." "That is a lie," she cried. "Oh, content you. You are all chastity. I do not doubt it. But you drove Harry away from you. You admitted your Waverton to intimacy. You let him hope, believe. Bah, what does it matter? You were in his secrets. You knew he put bullies upon Harry. Now he has failed, and you are in a fright and want your Harry again. Permit me, madam, not to admire you." "What do you want of me?" Alison said miserably. End of part 9. Part 10 of The Highwayman by H.C. Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I cannot tell. I want to know what I am to do with Harry. And you are another wound. Alison shuddered. For God's sake, take me to him. I will content him. Yes. For how long? Oh, I deserve it all. I cannot answer you. And yet you are wrong. I am not such as you think me. I have never had anything but contempt for Mr. Waverton. If he were not what he is, he must have known that. He came to me after I left Harry. He told me he was having Harry spied upon. The moment he was gone, I wrote to Harry and gave him warning and begged him come back to me. He has never answered me, and am I to speak of Harry and me? If you could, I should not much believe you. From the first, madame, I have believed you. It was I who drove him away from me. I have been miserable for it ever since. I humbled myself. Captain McBean held up his hand. I still believe you. Pray, order your coach. Where is he? He lies at his father's lodging. Observe, madame, I have said he is not yet dead. Whether he lives rests, I believe to God, upon what you may do to him. Then he will be well enough, she sobbed as she laughed. Oh, I believe in your power, says McBean with a twist of a smile. She stayed a moment by the door and flung her arms wide. What I am, it is all for him. Captain McBean, left alone, took snuff. A splendid wild cat, and that mouse of a Harry, says he. Chapter 33 Remorse of Colonel Boyce. Captain McBean was strutting to and fro for the benefit of his impatience when Mr. O'Connor returned to him. "Patrick, you look morose. Had he the legs of you?" "He had not," says O'Connor, nursing his hand, "but he had a beautiful nose. Sure, it was harder than you would think. And I have sprained my thumb." "What? Did he fight?" "He did not, saving the tongue of him. But I had broke my whip upon him, so I broke his nose to be even. Egad, he was beautiful before and behind. He cannot show this long while, neither behind nor before, faith. What will he do, d'ye think?" "Oh Lud, he'll not face it out. He would dream of hangman. He'll take the waters. He'll go the grand tour. Do you know, Patrick, there's a masterly touch in old Boyce. To choose that oaf for his decoy at Pontoise. Who could guess a danger in him? No wonder Charles Middleton saw no guile. Yet you observe, the creature's full of venom." "He bleeds like a pig," says Mr. O'Connor. "What will we be waiting for, sir?" The lady. "She goes to Harry? Oh, he's the lucky one. What a Venus it is. Aye, she should have married you, Patrick. You would have ridden her." "Ah, now, don't destroy me with envy and desires," says Mr. O'Connor. "But sure there was another, a noble fat girl. Will she be bespoke?" "She belongs to the one-armed hero." "Maybe she could do with another. There's enough of her for two. Oh, come away, sir, before I danger my soul." They heard the wheels of the coach and marched out. Alison was coming downstairs with Mrs. Weston. "What now?" says McBean, glowering. "Do you need a duenna to watch you with your husband?" "Madame is Harry's mother, sir," Alison said. For once Captain McBean was disconcerted. "1,000 pardons," says he, and with much ceremony put Mrs. Weston into the coach. As they rode after it, "You fight too fast, sir," says O'Connor with a grin. "I have remarked it before." Captain McBean was still something out of countenance. "Who would have thought he had a mother here?" he growled. "Oh, faith, you did not suppose the old Colonel brought him forth like Jove plucking Minerva out of his swollen head?" "I did not, Patrick, you loon. But I did not guess his mother would be here with this gorgeous madame wife." "Fie now. Is it the Lord God don't advise you of everything? 'Tis an indignity, faith." Captain McBean swore at him in a friendly way, and they jogged on through the Islington lanes. So after a while it happened that Colonel Boyce, raising a hot and angry head at the creature who dared open his bedroom door, found himself looking at Mrs. Weston. "Odds my life, Kate, what a pox do you want here?" says he. "You are hurt. I thought you would want nursing." "I do not want nursing, damme. How did you hear of the business?" "That Scotch captain rode out to tell us." "Od burn the fellow, humph. No, maybe he is no fool neither. Us? Who is us, Kate? Mrs. Alison? She is gone up to Harry now." Colonel Boyce whistled. "Come up and we will show you a thing, eh? This is Scripture, Kate. You used to have your mouth full of Scripture. You put me out of favour with that. Let it be, can't you?" "What, they will make it up then? Does that hurt you?" "Indeed, they would never have quarrelled but for you." "Oh, ay, blame it on me. I am the devil, faith. Come, ma'am, what have I done to the pretty dears? She's a warm piece and Harry's a milksop, and that's the whole of it. With your tricks you made her think Harry was such as you are. And that wife you married came to Alison and told her that Harry was base-born. Rot the shrew. She must meddle, must she? Egad, she was always a blunder, Madame Rachel." He swore at her fully. "Bah, what though? Why should jolly Alison heed her? Alison knows everything now. I told her. Egad, you go beyond me, Kate. You that made me swear none should ever know the boy was yours. You go and blab it out. Damn you for a woman." The woman looked at him strangely. "You have done that indeed," she said. "No, that's too bad. I vow it is." For once Colonel Boyce was stung. He fell silent and fidgeted, and made a long arm for the herb water by his bed. Mrs. Weston gave it him. "Let be, can't you?" he cried, and drank all the same. "Eh, Kate, that came over my guard. She has made you suffer, the shrew. Egad, I could whip her through the town for it. Yes, whip her. Oh, what will you have?" Colonel Boyce shifted under a rueful air strange in him. "I am what I am. I have had no luck in women. She was a blunder. And you have paid to say of me what you will." "Egad, you have the chance now. Are you in pain?" "Be hanged to pain. Don't gloat, Kate. That's not like you, at least." "Oh, I am sorry. I am sorry." "No, nor that neither. Damme, what should I be with you pitying me? Let it be. Come, you want something of me, I suppose. Something for your Harry, eh? What is it?" "I want nothing but that he should live. He has no need of you or me." "Oh Lud, he will live. But you were always full of fears." "Yes, you used to say that long ago." Colonel Boyce winced again. "Eh, you get in your thrusts, Kate. I swear I did what I could to save him. I could not have borne to come to you else." "Umph. I see no good in your coming. There's little comfort for you or me in seeing each other. I suppose it's your damned duty. I don't know." "Oh Lord, then begone, and let's have done with it all." "I want to stay till you are well. Aye, faith, it's comfortable to see you on my back and helpless." Mrs. Weston did not answer for a moment. She was busy with setting his table in order. "I want to have some right somewhere. She is with Harry." "By God, Kate, you're a good soul," Colonel Boyce cried. "I am not. I am jealous of her," Mrs. Weston said with a sob. "Does Harry know of you?" What does it matter? He'll not care now. Kate, come here, child." "No, no, I am not crying," Mrs. Weston said. CHAPTER 34 Harry wakes up. Harry lay asleep when Alison came into his room. She made sure of that and sat herself beside him to wait. It was not, you know, a thing which she did well. She looked down at him gravely. Afterwards Harry would accuse her that what first she felt was how little and miserable a man she had taken to herself. He lay there very still, and his breath hardly stirred him. Indeed, the surgery of Mr. Rolfe had bound him up so tightly that he was in armour from waist to neck. After a moment she started and trembled and bent over him and put her cheek close to his lips. She felt his breath and rose again slowly, almost as pale as he. That cheating fear had stabbed cruelly, and still it would not let her be. His face was so thin, so white and utterly tired. The life was drained out of him. She sat beside him, still but for the beat of her bosom, and it seemed that the consciousness in her was falling from a height or galloping against the wind. She seemed to try to stop and could not. She tried to change the fashion of her thought and had no power in that either. It was a strange, half angry, half contemptuous pity that moved in her, and a fever of impatience. He was wicked to be struck down so, rent, impotent. Why must the wretch go plunging out into the world and measure himself against these swashbuckling conspirators? He had no equipment for it. He was fated to end with disaster. Faith, it was a cruel folly to throw himself away and drag up her life by the roots as he fell. She needed him quick and eager, and there he lay, a shrunken thing that could use only gentleness, help, a tedious, trivial service like a child. He was humiliated, a condition not to be borne in her man. As she watched him, she saw Geoffrey Waverton rise between them, blusterous and menacing, and his lustiness mocked at the still, helpless body. But on that all other feeling was lost in a fever of hate of Mr. Waverton. He was branded with every contemptible sin that she knew. She ached to have him suffer, and, unaware of the contusions and extravasations administered by Mr. O'Connor, tried to console herself by recalling the ignominious condition of Geoffrey in the hands of the truculent gentleman at Highgate. Bah! The coward was dishonoured for ever, at least. He would never dare show his face in town or country. How could he? Mr. Hadley would spit him like a joint. The good Charles. She found some consolation in the memory of Mr. Hadley's sardonic contempt. Nay, but the others, that fire-eating little Scotsman and his lank friend, they were of the same scornful mind about Mr. Waverton. His blusterous bullying went for nothing with them but to call for more disdain. They had no doubt that he cut a miserable figure, that it was he who was humiliated in the affair. And so all men would think indeed. It was only a fool of a woman who could be imposed upon by his brag, only a mean, detestable woman who could suppose Harry defeated. Why, Harry must needs have done nobly to enlist these men on his side. He was nothing to Captain McBean, nothing but what he had done, and yet McBean took up his cause with a perfect devotion, cared for nothing but to punish his enemies and to assure his safety. Faith, the little man would be as glad to thrash her as to overthrow Master Geoffrey. He had come near it, indeed. She smiled a little. The absurd imagination was not unpleasant. Monsieur was welcome to beat her if it would bring Harry any comfort. Aye, it would be very good for her. She would be glad to show Harry the stripes. Nay, but it was Harry who should beat her. only he never would, and these fantastics were swept away in the wave of tenderness. Mr. Harry was not good at making others suffer. He left it to his wife, poor lad, and she had done it greedily. Well, there was to be an end of that. Pray God he might ever be strong enough to hurt her. She bent over him in this queer mood, and her eyes were dim, and she kissed him and whispered to herself, to him. Yes, she must make him hurt her. She must have pain of him to bear. Harry slept on. She began to caress his pillow and crooned over him like a mother with her child, and found herself blushing, and was still and silent again. Indeed, she was detestable. To make a show of fondling after having driven him to the edge of death. To chatter and flutter about him when he had no more than strength enough for sleep. Why, this was the very way for a light of love. And indeed she was no better, wanting him only for her pleasure, for what he would give, watching greedily till he should be fit to serve her turn again. Yes, that was the only way of love Mrs. Alison understood. It was some satisfaction to scold herself, to make herself believe that she was vile, for she wanted to suffer. She wanted to be humbled, not so much for the comfort of penance, not even for the luxury of sensation which makes self-torture pleasure, but that she might be sure of realizing her sins against the love which was now in command of all her being, and go on to serve it with a clean devotion. One thing only was worth doing. In one thing only could there be honour and joy, to make him welcome her and have delight in her. And so she fell among dreams. She saw something glitter on the table by the bed, and idly put out her hand for it. She found herself looking at the diamonds of the Pretender's watch. How did Harry come to such a gorgeous toy? J.R., the diamonds wrote. Who was J.R.? Alison, Harry said. She started, stared at him, and stood up. His eyes were open, and he frowned a little. Alison, it is you? He said, and rubbed at his eyes. Yes. Why have you come? She fell on her knees by the bed. Oh, Harry, Harry, she murmured, and hid her face. Is it true? I will be true, she sobbed. I want to see you. She showed him her face, pale and wet with tears. After a while, why have you come? He said again. Harry, I knew about Geoffrey. He told me. You knew? I wrote you warning. I begged you, come back to me. Oh, Harry, Harry, you are proud. I had no warning. Proud? Oh, yes, I am proud. What were you with Geoffrey? Harry, oh, Harry. No, it's fair. Well, I tried to trick him for your sake, to save you. I am obliged for your care of me. She cried out, Ah, God, and hid her face again. Harry lay still and white as death. Oh, Harry, you torture me, she murmured. You have the right. No man but you has ever had a thought of me. Harry, I want to pray you. Oh, I want to lie at your feet. Only believe in me. Use me. Take me again. I am a fool, Harry said, and she looked up and saw that he too was crying. Oh, curse the wound, he said hoarsely. Egad, I'm damned feeble, child. I love you, she sobbed, and pressed her face to his. Oh, Harry, I am wicked. She raised herself. You are hurt, and I wear you out. That's a brag, Harry smiled faintly. It takes more than you can give to kill me, ma'am. Ah, don't. Stand up and let me look at you. Which she did, and made a parade of her beauty, smiling through tears. Aye, you're a splendid woman, and his eyes brightened. She made him a curtsy. It's at your will, sir. Yes, and why? Why? What made you come back? My dear, she held out her arms to him. I have wanted you ever since I lost you, and now I am nothing unless you want me. Oh, be easy. There is plenty of you, and I want it all. "Can you say so? Oh, Harry, you have known enough bad that's me. Cruel and greedy and hard and cheating. I have always taken and given nothing back." "Damn your humilities," Harry said. "Oh, sir, but I want them. My new humilities. I have nothing else to cover my nakedness." "You look better without them, ma'am." "Fie, I will stop your mouth." But it was a cup of herb water that she offered him instead of a kiss. "You are a cheat," Harry spluttered. "You presume on my infirmities." "No, no. I have made you talk too much. You must be still and rest again." "Burn your maternal care. I have hardly seen you yet a minute." "A minute? Oh." She looked at the jewelled watch. "Aye, sir, an hour. And what's this pretty toy?" Harry laughed. "Why, now I have you. Sure, ma'am, it's a love token." "I shall go away, sir." "Not till you come by the secret. I know you." His ear was pinched. "J.R. Who is J.R., sir?" "Jemima Regina, a queen of beauty, ma'am. She fell in love with my nose and offered me £1,000 for it." "Harry, I am going to say good night." "Hear the truth, Alison. Do you remember, you told me I was born to be a highwayman? My stand and deliver stare, my oh, don't play so. I was a fiend when I taunted you so." "Why, child, it's nothing. Come then, J.R. is Jacobus Rex, the poor lad Prince James, who will never be a king. God help him. He gave me that for a memory of some little service I did him. McBean brought the toy today." Alison nodded. "I will have that story from Captain McBean, sir. You tell stories mighty ill, do you know, highwayman. Yes, Harry, you are that. You pillage us all. Love, honour, you win it from all. And I am the last to know you." "Bah, you will never be a wife," Harry said. "You have too much imagination. But you make a mighty fine lover, my dear." End of part 10. Recording by James Carson. The Highwayman by H.C. Bailey.